A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the life of Mary Sothern. Most of us feel pretty low at one time or another, but when we stop to consider, we wouldn't trade places with a lot of people. For example, Mary Sothern is worried because Max may be forced to sell out and leave Sanders. Yet she wouldn't care to be in Phyllis's pitiful predicament, crippled with 2 small babies and a young husband. Max feels whipped because he missed the one opportunity to interest wealthy Jeffrey Barton in Sanders as a future factory site. Yet you can be sure he wouldn't change places with that important man, even if he could. Yes, it's human to complain about our lot, but we still wouldn't care for the other fellow. Today we're going to stop in at the little white cottage of Danny and Phyllis Stratford. Max has assured his crippled sister that he will have the money for her operation. He promised this when he decided to sell his interest in Sanders to Gerald Cruz. Mary, the only one who knew of this, delayed the transaction temporarily when she told him about Jeffrey Barton. But since Barton's returned to Chicago, things look hopeless in that quarter. It is about 11:30 the following morning. Danny is carrying Phyllis to her wheelchair.
Right nice of her to give me a lift, stranger.
There's nothing of it, gal. Little Danny's always willing to do a good turn.
Oh, Danny. I'm so sorry you have to do this thing.
I'd rather carry you like this than shag you for an alloy.
You're sweet, Danny.
Sure, I'm hot stuff. Now, 1 for the money, 2 for the show, 3 to get ready, and 4 you go. There, all set?
Like a queen on a throne.
Hey, what's it about queens? We got royalty here in Sanders?
Oh, I should say so, Daddy. Phyllis is my queen, ain't you, Toots?
Good. You sound just like Max.
Hey, speaking of Max, who's heard from him? He was supposed to come through with that money yesterday.
Now, keep your shirt on, Danny boy. Max ain't let us down yet. Oh, say, Philly, where's the can opener?
Well, it should be hanging over the sink.
It ain't there.
Oh, here it is. I left it on the radio last night. Well, I've been doing some tall thinking about that money.
I hope you didn't strain yourself.
It doesn't take much strain to see that Max Sanders is a lot of hot air.
You pipe down, Danny Stratford. Max is trying darn hard. Now, don't you suppose he wants to see his own sister up and around?
Oh, sure he does, but if he was depending on that factory business with Martin or whatever his name is...
Barton. Jeffrey Barton. He's a billionaire from Chicago.
A lot of good his billions will do us if he doesn't spend some of them here.
Did Max say that was where he's trying to raise the money? By selling this Mr. Barton a factory site?
And he didn't say. That's been his own little secret.
Well, give him a chance. Maybe he wanted to smooth off all the rough edges before he told us.
You know how Max loves to give people nice surprises.
Sometimes his surprises backfire.
Yeah, and that can happen to the best of us. Now, it ain't Max's fault that Mr. Barton made up his mind to fly back to Chicago.
Daddy, will that mean that he won't be able to raise the money?
Now, see, you had to go and get her all worried up with your gall-darn supposings.
Oh, gee, Angel, I didn't mean to.
Oh, don't you start worrying, honey. Let us men do that now. We'll see you get what you need.
But if Max did depend on Mr. Barton and he's gone...
Well, now, what if he is? He ain't left to us, and... Anyway, Max ain't said that was where he was going to get the money. He just said he'd get it, and that's good enough for me.
Me too, Daddy.
What about you, son?
Yeah, me too.
Now, that's more like it. You know, Abe Lincoln was a right smart fella, and he spoke a little piece once that held a parcel of truth. A bit of philosophy about a house divided ain't going to stand. No family can get on if they don't stick together and believe in one another. One for all and all for one. That's what Abe said.
Lincoln didn't say that, Daddy. That was Dumas in the Three Musketeers.
Well, he probably swiped the idea from Abe. Now, if you're all through with this history business, Annie, maybe you'll give me a hand in the kitchen.
Sure.
Oh, I'll go, Daddy. I can wheel out there and peel potatoes or anything.
Well, I should say not. Why, queens don't stoop to such menial labor. They just stay right here and relax. Come on, Daddy. Well, what'd you close the kitchen door for?
I wanted to talk to you, Danny. I didn't want Phyllis to hear.
Hey, what's up?
I'm worried about how Max is going to get that money.
Well, you just said not to worry. But Max wouldn't let us down.
Golly, Miss Danny, there are times when it's hard to believe you're my son. Of course I said that in front of Phyllis. What good's it going to do to worry her?
It certainly won't do her any good when she finds out that Max was just all talk.
Oh, just a minute. I ain't saying that either. Max was pretty darn sure of having the money when he told her.
Then what's happened?
I don't know. Maybe he was planning on this Barton fella. He didn't say so, but when Mary told him Barton had flown to Chicago, I just swear he was going to faint.
Max is one guy I could never imagine fainting.
Well, you should have seen him. He looked at Mary as if he didn't understand the language. That's what's got me to thinking he was counting on you pretty heavy.
Gee, you know, I feel sorry for Max.
We've got to do more than just feel sorry. We've got to think of some way to help.
Yeah. Getting Max an appointment with this Barton would do a trick now, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it would. You see, Max had it all figured out that when Barton came back to pick up his car, he'd asked him snap out about building a factory right here in Sanders.
Sure. Well, then we'll have to see that Max and Mr. Barton get together.
We, Danny?
Certainly we. This house isn't going to be divided against itself anymore.
Listen, baby, you sure you can't get a person-to-person call through to Mr. Barton?
No, it's urgent, Max. Make it sound important.
Yeah, but how's that dame know that we won't talk? You gotta talk to him, and she won't. Huh? What? Oh, okay. Goodbye.
You know what, Max?
No. The operator said that his secretary accepted all his personal calls. You know me, honey. I ain't got a telephone personality for women. Men are all right, but for a dame, I got to be seen to be appreciated.
No, we can wait for television. Maybe you'll still answer our telegram. Well, we haven't reached him personally. That's the whole trouble.
I know.
Let's see. We phoned twice. We sent that wire. Wonder what we'd better try now.
Maybe better send a homing pigeon.
Oh, darling, you're brilliant. I can just see a cute little bird flying right in Mr. Barton's window and perching on his inkwell.
Yeah, sure. And she'd look him right in the mug and say,
Come up and see me sometime.
Hey, who asked you?
Huh? Well, Danny, we've almost decided the only way to reach Mr. Jeffrey Barton is with a homing pigeon.
Yeah, that was a tough break having him fly back.
Yeah, sure. They ain't rolling for us lately, Danny.
How are Phyllis and Daddy, Danny?
Oh, they're fine. Phil wants you to bring Susan over this afternoon. She's crocheting her a sweater.
Oh, Danny, she shouldn't do so much.
She says she has to do something, and, well, I guess it takes her mind off things.
Oh, poor darling, I can understand that. Guess I'll buy some yarn, have her knit Max a sweater.
Yellow one?
Nope, baby blue, that's right.
Hey, nothing you doing. What do you think I am?
My baby.
All right, wise guy.
Hey, Mary. Daddy was telling me about Mr. Barton. You met him, didn't you?
Oh, yes, he came into the house after the accident.
He must have been doing some. I saw the tracks where his car skidded into that big tree.
Oh, he was driving fast. Dangerous corner, too.
Now, if he had just entered his collarbone a little, or maybe busted a toe.
Sure, he'd have been right here in the hospital in Sanders right now.
Shame on you boys, wishing the man had been hurt.
Well, you know, reckless drivers do get hurt sometimes.
Yeah, they do.
Sure.
Well, let's not concentrate on that. We'll simply hope Mr. Barton answers our letter. And if not, we'll think of something else.
I've already thought.
Oh, say, Danny, I want to give you some ginger cookies I baked to take home to Phyllis.
Oh, swell. She loves them.
Well, I'm tucking in a little surprise for Daddy, too.
Say, Danny, tell Phyllis not to worry about that money, will you?
Huh?
Hey, what's the matter with you? You look like you're in a fog.
Who? Me?
Yeah, you.
No. I've just been having an idea.
What?
A terrific idea. Why, this idea is sensational.
Well, colossal was about the only adjective Danny missed. It must be a great idea to warrant the build-up he gave it. Well, Mary and Max can certainly use a good idea, because reaching Barton through the accepted channels appears hopeless. Let's hope Danny really has thought of something.
Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. To most people, a warm May day suggests a drive in the country or a leisurely picnic. But to our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, It has a far different significance.
Yes, indeed. To me, a warm May day means just one thing. Mr. Conklin, our beloved principal, is putting the heat on. Some people feel that Mr. Conklin makes his teachers miserable because of his thoughtlessness. I don't agree. You can't make so many so miserable so often without giving it plenty of thought. Well, but perhaps I'm being too harsh in my judgment. A principal's life can't be all a bed of roses either. There must be many nights which he spends tossing and turning in his bed until the wee small hours, hoping, planning, thinking, saying to himself, "What can I do to them this week?" Well, during the free period last Friday morning, his nocturnal efforts seemed to have borne fruit. He started an impromptu quiz without prizes.
Miss Brooks,
Uh-huh. Oh, yes, Mr. Conklin?
conjugate the verb strive, please.
Strive, strove, striven.
Now, thrive.
Thrive, throve, thriven. Oh, no. Really, Mr. Conklin, these sudden little tests are quite disconcerting. I don't see...
Silence, Miss Brooks. We're not finished.
Yes, sir. More verbs?
5.
Five, fove, fiven. Now, wait a minute, Mr. Conklin. 5 isn't a verb.
Thank you, Miss Brooks. I knew my visit to your room would produce some valuable bit of information. Now, my main reason for dropping in, however, was to ask you to do me a favor, Miss Brooks. As you know, Sunday is Mother's Day.
Yes, I know, Mr. Conklin. Thanks to a special savings plan I started in February, I was able to send my mother a card this morning. But what did you want me to do for you?
I'd like you to take this package home with you and keep it until Sunday morning. It's a little Mother's Day remembrance for Mrs. Conklin, and I don't want her to stumble upon it before time. Wonderful woman, Mrs. Conklin, and she's trained our daughter Harriet to be a duplicate of herself.
Really?
Yes. Yes, between them, they're the 2 biggest snoopers in the county.
That makes it unanimous. I'll be happy to keep the package for you.
Thank you, Miss Brooks. I hope my daughter Harriet remembers Mother's Day. Lately, she's had her mind on nothing but that moronic manager of the baseball team, Walter Denton.
Oh, Walter isn't so bad, Mr. Conklin. Of course, he's not a brilliant student.
Brilliant. Walter Denton is Madison's gift to subnormality. The thing that annoys me most is the way he bounces. He never goes anywhere. He always bounces there.
Hiya, Miss Brooks. I just thought I'd bounce in for a minute.
Well, if it isn't the human handball.
Oh, hello, Mr. Conklin. If I'm interrupting anything, I'll just bounce along.
No, Walter. Mr. Conklin was about to dribble back to his office. That is, you were finished with me, weren't you, Mr. Conklin?
Quite. Good morning, Miss Brooks.
Goodbye, Mr. Conklin.
Hasta la vista, Mr. Conklin. I learned that in Spanish. It means see you later.
Oh. Well, no se lo veo a usted primero.
What does that mean, Miss Brooks?
That means not if I see you first. Now, what can I do for you, Walter?
Well, I need some advice, Miss Brooks. And as is my wont when I want advice, I've hied myself to my favorite English teacher. Or for that matter, my favorite any kind of teacher.
Are you sure it's only advice you want?
Oh, sure, Miss Brooks. It's about a Mother's Day gift. But a very special type of mother, Miss Brooks. That is, well, I know it's impossible right now, but just for supposition's sake, suppose you woke up one day and found yourself a mother.
I have a mother. Of course, she's miles away.
No, Miss Brooks, I didn't mean it that way. I mean, if you awoke to find that you were a mother. Now, what would your first question be?
What did it weigh, Doc?
Are you sure, Miss Brooks? Are you quite certain you wouldn't say, how is my husband?
Not me. I might say, who is my husband?
I'm serious, Miss Brooks. My dad told me that was my mother's first concern after she knew that I was all right. You know, she thinks of us constantly and never of herself. But me, what do I do in return? I don't get out of bed when she wakes me. I leave my clothes all over the house. Sunday's Mother's Day, Miss Brooks, and I've got to make it up to her.
Well, that's pretty short notice, Walter, but I have a suggestion for you.
You have?
Yes. Sunday morning, wait till your mother starts to make breakfast. When you're sure she's in the kitchen, close the door quietly behind her. Then gather up all the clothes that you've scattered around the house. Then put them in a big suitcase. Then run away from home. I'm just teasing you, Walter. There's only one way you can make your mother happy, and that's by turning over a new leaf.
Well, I'll try, Miss Brooks, but meanwhile, just supposing again, what kind of a present would you like if you were a mother?
Oh, I wouldn't care much about presents, Walter. I'd just be happy if I had all my beloved children around me.
Gee. Well, of course, my mother only has this one beloved child. Me. Well, it is a lovely sentiment. However, I'd still like to figure out a little gift of some sort. Now, what would make a young mother like yourself happy?
A young father like Mr. Boynton. Well, which reminds me, Walter, it's time for me to get down to his laboratory and pick him up for lunch.
Oh, did he invite you for lunch today?
Of course he did. About 10 minutes from now.
Now tell me, Walter, were you able to find out what kind of a gift she'd like?
I couldn't find out a thing, Harriet.
But we've got to get her something. What's the good of naming Miss Brooks our mother away from mother if we can't surprise her with something she wants?
Gee, I'm sorry, Harriet, but all she'd say was that she'd be happy with all her beloved children around her. She was kidding, of course. I hope.
Kidding? She wasn't kidding. She meant us.
Oh.
Now, let's see. We'll organize a committee to pick out a gift and give it to Miss Brooks.
Great, Harriet. Then tonight will officially become Mother Away from Mother's Day night.
Well, now that we're finished with lunch, Miss Brooks, I've got a surprise for you.
Surprise? What is it, Mr. Boynton?
Guess.
You're picking up both checks.
No.
I'm picking up both checks.
No.
Then I give up.
Miss Brooks, I want you to meet my folks.
Why, Mr. Boynton, you've only known me for 5 years. This is so sudden.
I just found out they were coming to town myself. You see, they usually spend Mother's Day with my married brother, but Mom decided that this year it's my turn.
To do what? Oh, your turn to spend Mother's Day together.
That's right. You'll love my mother, Miss Brooks. She used to be a school teacher, too, you know. As a matter of fact, she worked herself up until she was a principal.
You got to get pretty worked up to be a principal. Oh, I'm sure we'll get along splendidly.
And you'll be crazy about my dad. Oh, what a sense of humor he's got. He's the one who told me the joke about the quizmaster who called out, "I've got a lady, doctor," but before he could ask her any questions, she stuck a thermometer in his mouth and took his pulse. Isn't that a scream?
Your father sounds like more fun than a barrel of nothing. May I ask you a rather personal question about your folks?
Oh, certainly, Miss Brooks. What is it?
How long did they go around together before they were married?
9 years.
I see. Folks believed in long engagements in those days, I guess,
Oh, they weren't engaged until 6 weeks before the wedding.
6 weeks?
Mm-hmm. Once Dad makes up his mind about something, he's greased lightning.
You could have used a little greasing in the first 8 years. I'll certainly be looking forward to seeing them, Mr. Boynton. When are they arriving in town?
Oh, this afternoon, Miss Brooks. I'll have to check them into a hotel for the weekend. I've just got a small bachelor apartment.
Yes, I know. You've told me about it. Maybe your folks would like to drop over to my place tonight. I'm sure my landlady, Mrs. Davis, wouldn't mind my dusting the living room a little.
Oh, that's just fine with me, Miss Brooks. That'll give my folks a chance to rest up from their trip and have some dinner before they meet the girl about whom they've heard so much.
Why, Mr. Boynton, you mean you actually wrote to your folks about me?
And how, Miss Brooks? I've written them many times about how gay and youthful and exuberant you are.
I am? You have?
Darn right. I remember in one of my most recent letters to them, I said you were more like a pupil than a teacher. In fact, I think that was a letter in which I described you as a great, big, overgrown kid.
Maybe I better take something.
You should have seen the answer I got from Dad. He said, "Whatever you do, son, don't rob the cradle."
Yeah, leave it to Dad.
Oh, he was jesting, of course. He loves youngsters.
Mr. Boynton, you've given me an idea.
Well, what kind of an idea, Miss Brooks?
If your father turns me down when I ask him for your hand, maybe he'll adopt me.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. Here's wonderful news, ladies. Wonderful, wonderful news. Now there's something thrillingly new in Palmolive Soap's famous Beauty Lather. Yes, something thrillingly new. Palmolive's famous Beauty Lather now brings you new fragrance, new charm, new allure.
Millions of women will prefer Beauty Lather Palmolive over all other leading toilet soaps the minute they try it. For Palmolive Soap's famous Beauty Lather now has a new, clean, flower-fresh fragrance for new allure, new charm.
So, ladies, forget all other beauty care and use Palmolive Soap the way doctors advise for a lovelier complexion. Just stop improper cleansing and instead wash your face with Palmolive Soap 3 times a day, massaging Palmolive's wonderful Beauty Lather onto your skin for 60 seconds each time to get its full beautifying effect. Then rinse. That's all. All types of skin, young, older, oily, respond to it quickly. Don't wait another day to try Palmolive's Beauty Lather. You'll be thrilled by its new fragrance, new charm, new allure. Thrilled again by the fresher, brighter complexion doctors prove may soon be yours.
For new loveliness all over, use big bath-size Palmolive in tub or shower.
Well, I hurried home right after school and put Mr. Conklin's gift to his wife on my dresser. Then I started to make myself and the house as presentable as possible before Mr. Boynton's parents came over that evening. First of all, I shampooed my hair and set it in pin curls. Then I put on an old, oversized house dress, which I'd borrowed from Mrs. Davis. This intriguing combination achieved the happy effect of making me look like a pack rat drowning in a Quonset hut. Then I went into the living room to get things in order. When I got there, Mrs. Davis had just finished vacuuming.
Oh, Connie, will you pull the plug out for me? My back's been bothering me lately.
Oh, certainly, Mrs. Davis. There. Say, this vacuum cleaner's pretty old, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. But it's held up remarkably well. I bought it in 1932.
1932?
Yes. This Hoover came in when the other one went out.
Well, just so the place looks nice and neat for tonight. You know, I've never met Mr. Boynton's parents before.
I know you haven't, Connie. And first impressions are so important.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I sent our sofa and all the chairs out to be recovered.
What?
Every chair in the house is at the upholsterer's, Connie. But don't worry. Stretch Snodgrass took them down for me, and he promised to bring them back by 6 o'clock.
Stretch Snodgrass? Look, Mrs. Davis, Stretch may be a fine athlete, but when it comes to mentality, he's strictly a third strike. Why, he's liable to forget where he took the chairs.
Oh, I don't think so, Connie. You know how absent-minded I am, and even I couldn't forget the name of this upholsterer.
Why not?
Because he has a very odd name.
What is it?
What is what?
The name.
Whose name?
The upholsterer.
Upholsterer?
Yes. Look, Mrs. Davis, the sofa and all our chairs are being recovered today.
Well, they can certainly use it. Where did you send them, Connie?
Fellow with a very odd name. I never can remember it.
I'm sure it'll come back to you later. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to get out in back and look for our cat.
Minerva? Is she missing again?
Mm-hmm. She had a date this morning.
A date?
Yes, I heard her making it last night. But she should be back by now. She knows how I worry about her. Well, you let me know if she comes in the front way, Connie, and I'll take a look back here.
All right, Mrs. Davis. That's funny. Minerva never bothered to ring before.
How do you do, my dear?
How do you do?
I'm Philip's mother.
Philip?
Yes, Philip Boynton. I'm Mrs. Boynton.
But that's impossible. You won't be here till tonight. Oh, well, I mean, come in, Mrs. Boynton.
You don't have to tell me who you are, my dear. Philip has written so much about you.
He has?
Yes, he says Miss Brooks wouldn't know what to do without you, Mrs. Davis.
Mrs. Davis? Mrs. Davis?
Yes, Connie.
That's Mrs. Davis, Mrs. Boynton. I'm Miss Brooks, such as I am. We've got company, Mrs. Davis.
Oh, she came in the front way, did she?
Yeah, she's right here in the living room.
Well, you tell her she's a wicked cat and put her under the piano.
Yes, Mrs. Davis. You're a wicked cat and get under the... Oh, no. Oh, you'll have to forgive me, Mrs. Boynton. I didn't expect you until after dinner.
Oh, well, that's perfectly all right, Miss Brooks. As a matter of fact, I owe you an apology for not recognizing you. But it was rather dim in here.
Not dim enough. But where's Mr. Boynton? Or should I say, where are Mr. Boynton? Or Mrs. Boynton?
Well, they had a little trouble parking the car, and I wanted to meet you myself first anyway. Philip's written so much about you. You must see an awful lot of each other.
Well, we do teach at the same school. I understand you were a teacher at one time, Mrs. Boynton.
Yes, indeed, for many years.
Well, it's remarkable. You still look so well fed. Youthful.
May we come in?
Oh, it's the boys. Hello, Philip, my dear.
Hello, Mom. Well, I see you two have met.
Yes, indeed. We're old friends by now.
Well, here she is, Dad.
Slip me 5, my dear.
5 what? Oh, fingers. How do you do, Mr. Boynton?
Well, I do pretty well for an old codger.
Old codger?
It caught you that time, didn't I?
I told you, what a sense of humor.
He's hot stuff, all right.
Hey, Phil's written us all about you, my dear. I hear you're just like a mother to Miss Brooks, Mrs. Davis.
This house dress has got to go.
This isn't Mrs. Davis, Harvey.
It isn't?
Oh, of course not, Dad. This is Miss Brooks. Why are we all standing out here in the hall?
Yes, let's all go in and stand in the living room. Follow me, please. Well, here we are. Now then, Mrs. Boynton, if you'll just come over to this lamp, that's a very comfortable place to stand. Mr. Boynton, you stand over there by the piano.
I don't understand, Miss Brooks. Where are all the chairs?
They're out being recovered. I didn't expect you for hours yet, Mr. Boynton. This is a terrible thing to do to anybody.
I'm sorry, Miss Brooks, but it couldn't be helped. You see, there was a convention in town, and I couldn't get the folks' accommodations anywhere. You know how big my room is, and, well, I wondered if you and Mrs. Davis could put the folks up for the weekend.
Why, Philip, I'm surprised at you. You know better than to whisper in front of others.
No, I'm sorry, Mother. I was just explaining our predicament to Miss Brooks. She was saying how delighted she'd be to have you stay for a couple of days.
Well, now that's what I call whopping hospitality.
It's a whopper, all right.
I wish you'd give me a hand with the garbage, Connie. I just can't... Oh, I beg your pardon.
This is Mr. and Mrs. Boynton, and this, contrary to popular opinion, is Mrs. Davis.
How do you do?
Hello, Mrs. Davis.
Good afternoon, Mrs. D. Nice little place you've got here.
I just invited the folks to spend the weekend with us, Mrs. Davis. If you don't mind my doubling up with you, I figured they could have my room.
Oh, that's perfectly all right. Oh, dear, the upholsterer. You folks must be tired after your trip. Why don't you go to bed?
Bed? It's only 4:30 in the afternoon.
Oh, Mrs. Davis was only kidding, Mrs. Boynton. She's got quite a sense of humor, too.
Now, just remember one thing, Mrs. Davis. You can't kid a kidder, kiddo.
Doesn't he get off some cracks, Mrs. Davis?
Yes, he's a Jim dandy. Now, if you folks will just follow me, I'll show you to your room. Or rather, Miss Brooks's room.
Well, I could do with a bit of freshening up at that.
Oh, nonsense, Mother. You're as fresh as the day I got you. Oh, now, cut it out, Dad.
Yes, cut it out, Dad. Oh, what am I...
Please, Harvey, stop. I don't know where he gets some of his ideas. He's terribly original, don't you think, Miss Brooks?
Oh, a second Oscar Hammerstein, Mrs. Boynton. Or to put it another way, the corn is as high as the elephant's eye.
Well, Miss Brooks certainly has a comfortable room, Harvey.
Yes, indeed. That shower and a little cat nap's just what the doctor ordered.
Tell me, Harvey, what do you think of Miss Brooks?
Well, it's hard to tell in that outfit she had on, but once she combs her hair and climbs out of that gunny sack, I'll bet she's a looker.
Yes, but what is she looking for?
Oh, now, Mother, you think that every girl who meets him immediately sets her cap for Philip. Hey, what's this package on the dresser here? It says, for Mother. Huh, must be for you.
Oh, wasn't that thoughtful of Miss Brooks. She got a Mother's Day gift for me when she heard I was coming. I'm going to open it right now.
Oh, but Mother's Day isn't until Sunday.
Well, you know I'd never have the patience to wait. Let's see. Why, what's this? A black sheer negligee.
Well, happy Mother's Day.
Well, this time for me.
Hey, look, his card fell out when you opened the package. It says for baby from her goodie.
So it belongs to Miss Brooks. Harvey, you don't think that Philip...
Ooh, certainly not. He wouldn't have nerve enough to ask for that in the store.
Well, I'm going to find out just where this came from. Oh, Miss Brooks.
Yes, Mrs. Boynton?
Would you come here a moment, please?
Certainly, Mrs. Boynton. What can I do for you?
Well, I opened a package by mistake and found this inside of it.
A black sheer negligee.
There was a card with it that said, for baby from Goody.
Goody? Oh, that must be short for Osgood. Why, of course, that was Mr. Conklin's gift.
Mr. Conklin, the principal of Madison High?
Yes, isn't he a devil? He asked me to keep it for him so his wife wouldn't discover it before Mother's Day.
Oh, it's for his wife.
Oh, yes, who did you think it was for? Don't answer that. I can tell from the position of your eyebrows.
My eyebrows?
Yes, Mrs. Boynton. You'd better drop them a notch. You're pushing back your hairnet.
Well, it certainly was nice of you to invite us all to dinner, Mrs. Davis.
Yes, indeed. It's delicious, too.
Thank you, both of you. But Miss Brooks is the one who deserves the credit. She prepared it all.
Oh, come now, Mrs. Davis. You opened every bit as much as I did.
Beef stew, isn't it?
There's beef represented in it, yes.
Eat it slowly, Philip.
Yes, Mother.
They say your stomach has no teeth, but maybe it's just as well. If it got too hungry, it could chew off your suspender button.
He always gets me when I've got a mouthful.
Now, Philip, he's such a baby.
Yes. He's nothing but a great, big, overgrown kid.
Now, that's funny. That's the same phrase that Philip used in describing you in one of his letters.
Well, she is, Mother. You ought to see her around the school. Why, the students just treat her like one of themselves.
Oh, yes, indeed. We kids have some great old times together.
Oh, I'm glad. I like Philip to have lots of useful friends. The younger, the better.
Well, they don't come much younger or better than Miss Brooks, Mother.
Well, thank you, Mr. Boynton.
Call me Philip tonight.
I'll answer it, Connie. Excuse me, folks.
I wonder who that could be.
Well, come in, kids. Hi, Mrs. Davis. We're a committee.
Who is it, Mrs. Davis?
Walter and Harry and Connie. I'll bring them in.
Oh, we didn't mean to disturb you, Miss Brooks.
Oh, that's all right, Walter. I was just telling the folks how informal we are at Madison. Mr. and Mrs. Boynton, may I present Walter Denton and Harriet Conklin?
How are you? And now, Miss Brooks, we would like to present something to you that expresses the devotion and reverence felt toward you by the entire student body.
What is it, Walter?
It's a shawl. A shawl and a handsome pair of knitting needles to go with the rocking chair to which you're so attached.
Rocking chair, but...
Oh, I'm not finished, Mrs. Boynton. Miss Brooks, you have been chosen our mother away from mother.
Oh, no.
I'll go to the piano, Walter, and you sing the song we've written.
Okay, Harriet. Wait till you hear this, folks.
Talk that, Walter.
The B stands for the books she helps us study. The R is for she's righteous, also pure. The O is for the fact that she's our buddy. The second O is likewise, I am sure. The K is for okay. She rates a bow. The S is for her sadly wrinkled brow. She's motherly, just like Elsie the cow. Miss Brooks, we love you dearly.
Miss Brooks, that's me. I'll always be Miss Brooks.
Our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first...
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumat's magic formula blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster Cream. Not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanents. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, try Luster Cream Shampoo and be a
Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, several days later, Friday night came to an end. As I escorted Mr. Boynton to the front door, he was in a strangely mellow mood.
You know, Miss Brooks, I'm a man of many dreams, but more often than not, I find I'm shooting too high.
Shooting too high, Mr. Boynton?
Well, yes, in trying to find the right girl, for instance. It seems that subconsciously I'm always looking for a girl who's just like my mother. Attractive, yet sweet and unselfish.
Well, don't give up the search, Mr. Boynton. Someday you're liable to find such a girl right under your nose. And I think that's a very nice location.
What I mean is, when you gave up your room for Mother, I suddenly realized that you're not only attractive, but also sweet and unselfish. So, Miss Brooks, instead of just shaking hands like we usually do...
Yes, Mr. Boynton?
I'd like to say goodnight to you the way I do to my mother. With a kiss.
A kiss, Mr. Boynton?
Yes, on the forehead.
There you go, shooting too high again.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, Frank Nelson, and Myra Marsh.
Men, do you shave with a lather or brushless shave cream? Palmolive shaving cream comes both ways. And whichever way you prefer to shave, you'll find that using Palmolive brushless or Palmolive lather shaving cream can bring you more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Here's the proof. 2,548 men tried the new Palmolive way to shave described on the tube. And no matter how they had shaved before, 3 out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Get Palmolive brushless or Palmolive lather shaving cream today.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evenings over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. Stay tuned now for Life with Luigi, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
There was a bunch of blacksmiths named George who worked all day at his forge. One day to a mayor, I heard him declare, "You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge."
Transcribed from Hollywood, Norge, a division of Borg Warner, originators and world's largest manufacturers of self-defrosting refrigerators, manufacturers of America's most modern automatic and wringer washers, gas and electric ranges, water heaters, and home freezers. Norge presents The Red Skelton Show. With Red Skelton, David Rose and his orchestra, Lorene Tuttle, Dick Ryan, and the Smith twins will be me, Rod O'Connor. now the star of our show, Red Skelton.
Oh. Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, Rod? You look swell.
Well, thanks, Red. During the past week, I lost 4 pounds.
Well, I'm glad to see that you found them again.
You know, you're no beanpole.
Huh?
You're no beanpole.
I know. Beanpole's got more muscle.
Hey, what have you been doing the past week?
Well, I've been working spring cleaning, you know.
I never know where to start.
Well, I always start by throwing out the Christmas tree.
Oh, that's good.
You know, I didn't realize how dirty my house was until the dog came in and tried to bury a bone in the living room.
Well, tell me, did you scrub the place from top to bottom?
I washed everything. The wallpaper, I'm going to hang it back up tomorrow.
You know, my wife wants me to repaper our game room. Do you want to help me?
None of that amateur papering for me, boy. I papered a room once, and to this day we haven't found the windows. You know, painting is a lot easier. I just painted our dining room alcove red and white.
Red and white? How did it come out?
Pink.
Huh? Well, you should have gotten real painters.
Oh, no, they want real money.
You know, I'd just like to see something.
Wait a minute, now they're going to let them laugh. Let them laugh. It's going so fast here, you know. They're coming by carrier pigeon, but they're coming.
I'd just like to see something you painted yourself, Red.
Oh, you would, huh? Mm-hmm. Well, it just happened that right now I happen to be wearing a hand-painted tie that I did myself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty sharp.
Yeah.
How'd you do it?
Leaned over a can of wet brushes. Yeah, I leaned over and got my tie all in.
I wait long enough?
Yeah, that's long enough.
Okay.
Well, it's not running the Bing Crosby.
Well, tell me all about this spring cleaning. You know, when I clean house, I always find something that's been missing.
Me too. I pulled down the window blind, and I found a pair of pants I've been pressing for 3 years.
Are you doing the cleaning all by yourself?
No, I hired a couple of guys to help me. And you should see the way they threw out everything that was cluttering up the place.
What was the first thing they threw out? You?
Me.
Huh?
What the bad? We're going to miss you, boy. You keep on, boy. You'll go back to your old job as a head bait boy on a Barracuda barge. That boy for the bloomer girl. You know, I made a mistake the other day, and, I got some new hair restoring, you know. And, so I made a mistake, and we polished the floor with it.
What happened?
Now, before you can sweep, you have to part it in the middle.
Did you take your rugs out in the yard and beat them? I said, did you take your rugs out in the yard and beat them?
Well, I should have. They never did anything to me. Yeah, I got in trouble with my neighbor.
How?
I borrowed his clothesline.
And they got mad?
Sure. Maybe I should have taken his clothes down first, huh?
Oh, by the way, Red, my mother said she saw you on the street and she had a nice talk with you.
Yeah, she said she never misses one of my broadcasts, and from a year from now I should really be going places.
Well, I'll bet that surprised you.
It sure did. I didn't think she knew about those places.
Now again, the Smith twins, this time side by side.
Oh, we ain't got a barrel of money. Maybe we're ragged and funny, but we'll travel along, singing a song, side by side. Don't know what's coming tomorrow. Maybe it's trouble and sorrow, but we'll travel the road, sharing our load, side by side. Through all kinds of weather, what if the sky should fall? Just as long as we're together, it doesn't matter at all. When we've all had the quarrels and parted, we'll be the same as we started, just traveling along, singing a song, side by side. Oh, we ain't got a barrel of money. Maybe we're ragged and funny, but we'll travel along, singing a song, side by side. know what's coming tomorrow. Maybe it's trouble and sorrow, but we'll travel the road, sharing our load, side by side. Through all kinds of weather, what if the sky should fall, just as long as we're together. It doesn't matter at all. When they've all had their quarrels and parted, we'll be the same if we started. Just traveling along, singing a song, song by song.
With all the new refrigerators to choose from, how do you know whether a Norge is the best buy? That's a fair question. Well, take the new Norge Jet Self-Defroster refrigerator. Here at last is automatic defrosting really perfected. It's fast. So fast you never have to think about what's stored in the big cross-top freezer. So fast even ice cream is safe during defrosting. It's dependable. Norge defrosts every night on schedule, whether you're at home or away. It's clean, for Norge has no hidden drain pipes to get clogged or corroded with frost water. In addition, this new Norge has extra space and new features that make housekeeping easier. Yet you don't pay fancy prices for all this. Norge has been able to keep prices to a minimum because they're the originators and world's largest manufacturers of self-defrosting refrigerators. Why don't you prove what I say? Why don't you see the new Norge Jet Self-Defroster models at your Norge dealers? You won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge. Tonight, the story from our Skelton scrapbook of satire is about a fellow who wants to be helpful. Chapter 14, we find Willie Lump Lump trying to help the milkman who's trying to help Willie get home. Hey, Willie.
Yeah?
Willie, ain't this the street you live on?
I don't know. It keeps crossing over all the time. This is the last time I ever buy a rambling house, I'll tell you that. That's no better than the house we used to have.
What was wrong with that?
Well, you see, I always wanted a home where the buffaloes roam, you see. And this real estate man overdid it. We had buffaloes in the parlor, buffaloes in the dining room, and would you believe it, we didn't have any towels?
No kidding?
Just big woolly buffaloes. One marked hers and one marked his. You know what? You're about the nicest milkman that I've ever done business with. You're a pretty nice guy. I've seen some milkmen that just don't look right to me, but you are a pretty nice guy. Pretty nice. Not just exactly a right guy, but a pretty nice guy. Now, where were we?
Well, you'll soon be home,
Could
Willie.
I tell you something?
Yes, please.
You're a pretty nice guy.
You'll soon be home, Willie. Here, just to save an argument, let me have that bottle of sarsaparilla.
Oh, no. I'll keep it right here. I'll empty it.
No, you don't. The last time you filled my milk bottles with it.
Yeah, I heard what happened. 300 people went down to the dairy and tried to buy the cow. Here, let me help you make some deliveries. Here.
No. Now, look here, Willie. I can handle this milk route. I've been doing it for years.
Oh, no. You need a little help because you're a pretty nice guy. What goes to this house here?
Quart of milk.
Okay, stand back, boys. Yeah.
Willie, you've broken the bottle.
Well, don't tell me. I delivered papers for years that way and never broke a one.
Silly.
Hold it, boy. Hold it. The name's Willie. It starts with a W. A W. What is the letter? W.
W.
W. Yeah. And it's not a C.
Look, I'm trying to tell you, there's no use delivering milk if you spill it all over the front porch.
Oh, I don't know about that, Bub. After the way I deliver milk, the ladies ain't going to have to worry about rinsing out the bottle, you see.
Here we are, yeah. Whoa!
Oh, come on, horse. Whoa! I heard a silly cowboy do that on the radio one time.
Well, I think this must be his horse. Boy, is he stubborn.
Yeah.
Now, look at that silly horse.
Tippy-toeing.
Yes. I noticed he does that every time we pass this glue factory.
Well, here you are. Now, you sure this is your house?
Yeah, I'm sure. There's my wife's face burning in the window there.
Now, wait a minute. Why are you crawling on your hands and knees?
Well, if my wife hits me, I can roll over and play dead.
Well, I'll probably see you in the morning. Careful getting off the wagon.
Oh, I'm all right. No running board, eh? Did you hurt yourself?
Well, I don't think so. You're the one who fell off.
I was wondering what I was doing laying down here on the sidewalk.
Not so loud. You wake up the whole neighborhood and get me fired.
Let them wake up. Let this turn some right. Let's
Quiet.
You're all alike, these people. Now, what do? They go to sleep so they feel like going to work. And what do they work for? They get money to pay for a place to sleep. It's a pretty silly circle, if you ask me.
Well,
Let them wake up.
No, come on now, quiet. Gee, you've had quite an evening, haven't you, Willie?
Yes, I have.
Think your wife will be waiting up for you?
Yes. As the immortal Shakespeare once said, I have a stinking suspicion that she will greet me with open arms, firearms, sidearms, hammerlock, and commando tactics.
Well, she must be a swell egg to put up with a guy like you.
She's a good egg. That's why I'm afraid to drop her. My wife is pretty nice, but not like a girl I had once before, I had a girl, when I was away, I sent her a telegram every day for 3 years. I sent her a telegram.
Mm-hmm.
This girl, I was so crazy about it. I sent her a telegram every day. Every day I sent her a telegram.
Mm-hmm. What happened then?
She married the Western Union boy.
Well, I gotta get going. Good night, Willie.
Good night, and thanks for the lift. You ought to be proud you brought me home.
Why?
This is the first time I've been on the wagon for years. Good night. Good night. I'll sneak around here. Let's see, the side window's open. I left it open so I could get in. There.
Who's there?
You washed those windows, didn't you?
Oh, it's you.
Yeah.
A fine husband you are. All day long I stand over a hot stove, and what do I get?
What do you get?
Yes. What do I get?
Toasted nostrils?
Oh, I wish Mother wasn't here with us. I'd go home to her.
Why don't she leave, or better still, let's move out and leave all your relatives here, huh?
What? You don't expect me to move out and leave my folks cold, do you?
That's the way they leave me. That brother of yours.
Well, I don't see why you talk that way. He does a lot of nice things for you. Well, he spent a lot of money and had your tuxedo altered.
Yeah, so it would fit him. Yeah. And he borrows money from me all the time.
Well, you'll have to admit he's paying it back in installments.
Yeah. Where does he go to get those pennies cut in half?
Now, look here. You better be in bed in 5 minutes or I'll break every bone in your head.
Bone in my head? Okay, I'll hop right into bed. You've been moving the furniture again, ain't you? Or did you change the concrete in that mattress? If we ever have a pillow fight, we'll be black and blue. If you care to read, go ahead. I'm not going to say any more.
The bed's over here.
Oh.
Get in and go to sleep.
I can't. Your knee's poking me in my back.
That's your own knee. I'm not even in bed.
Well, what do you know? I'm a pretzel. How come you're not in bed?
You seem to forget I gotta be at work by 7.
Work? You work? I'm going to get up.
If you get out of that bed, I'm going to throw you out of a window.
Oh, no, you won't.
Oh, yes, I will.
Oh, no, you won't. You're a stubborn little rascal, isn't you?
Here's
here's Dave Rose and the orchestra with Jealousy. And now for this week's homemaker hint from Jane Masters, co-director of the Norge Home Economics Department.
Do you know that nut meats will come out whole if you heat the nuts in the oven before you shell them? And to keep the nut meats fresh for weeks, store them in a covered jar in the refrigerator.
There's space in the new Norge Jet Self-Defroster for lots of things you never had room for. Space for up to 52.5 pounds of frozen foods in the big cross-top freezer. Space for a company roast in the meat keeper. Space for a dozen tall bottles with Norge's adjustable shelf plan. Extra shelf space in the door, plus a butter bank that keeps a whole pound of butter ready to spread. Space for a week's supply of vegetables in the full-width crisper, because with its removable dividers, it's really 3 crispers in one. And with all this added space and convenience, you get automatic defrosting that's really perfected at a price that makes sense. The new Jet Self-Defroster models are at your dealers now, and you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge. Chapter 123 in the Skelton scrapbook is entitled Baby Teeth. Most children become alarmed when they lose a baby tooth, but you've never seen anyone take it like Junior, the mean little kid.
Swim boat is coming, they're dancing tonight. No swim boat is coming, they're dancing tonight.
Junior!
But who wants to dance with us, Shrimp?
Junior, what are you doing?
Think fast, kiddo boy. She's moving in on you. What's cooking in your little head, kiddo? Think of
Junior,
something.
do you happen to know how my dining room table got scratched up?
I was cracking walnuts with a hammer.
Yes.
And one of the walnuts ducked.
Well, if you had to crack walnuts, why didn't you use a nutcracker?
I couldn't find it. I found something better. Look.
Good heavens, your grandfather's false teeth.
They weren't getting like it. What, do you put the walnut between the upper and the lower, and then you whack them? See?
You give me those teeth.
Here, don't jerk me like that. Careful, that's my spitball arm. I didn't know I would hurt them. I walked by and they were so friendly the way they smiled at me in that glass. I didn't think I would hurt them.
Junior, really, you'll drive me to distraction.
What's that?
You'll drive me to distraction.
Is that near Glendale?
Junior.
Can't drive you nowhere. I don't have a driver's license.
Now, there'll be no more foolishness. Now, you stop that. Now, where are the rest of the walnuts?
In this sack.
Well, Junior, there's nothing in here but shells.
Well, you didn't expect me to eat them too, did you?
Where are the other 12 pounds?
In me tummy.
Oh, Junior, now, you couldn't possibly have eaten all those. You'd be sick.
Who says I ain't? I asked you. Who says I ain't sick?
I'll get the castor oil.
I says I ain't. Would you like a walnut? Here, I'll crack it for you.
Oh, now, don't crack that with your teeth. You'll break one of them.
Oh, it's okay. The shells are soft. Of course, some of them are tougher than others.
Now, look at you. Your front teeth are gone.
What? Let me see. Where's the mirror? My tooth. Look at that gap in my yap. This is awful. Now I'll have to buy bubble gum. It's already broken in.
Oh, well, dear, they were only your baby teeth.
Well, do I get some new ones? Or does I have to cut down an old pair of yours?
Please. Now, Junior, will you please hold still and let me look at your mouth?
Look at that.
You have one tooth loose.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's all the commotion about, Lorraine.
Hey, look, Grandpa, no teeth. Look, no teeth.
Huh? Did you hit him?
No, he was using his teeth. Of course I didn't hit him. He was using his teeth for a nutcracker.
Yeah.
Now he has a loose tooth.
A loose tooth?
Huh?
The whip boots is coming.
Oh. Smart little scamp, isn't he?
Yeah, as smart as a whip, boy. As smart as they come.
He doesn't take after my side of the family.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't take after mine either.
There they go again. Choosing up sides about who's the smartest bunch of the family, you know. Now they're going to fight over me tooth, I'll bet you a nickel.
Well, we'll just have to go and have it pulled out.
What's that?
We're going to have it pulled out.
Good. You go right ahead. I'll wait here. There's something else to do.
Why go to a dentist? We'll just tie a string around the tooth and pull it here. Yeah, it's the easiest thing in the world.
Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't, kiddo.
Now. It won't hurt. Where's the string?
Well, I got a string in my pocket. You got a frog on the other end of it.
Yeah, let's have it.
No, you're not going to pull me tooth.
All right, here.
No, I'd rather have me tooth.
Now, Junior, here, I'll give you a dime.
No, I want me tooth.
All right, here's a quarter.
I wonder how far I'm going to go with this before he slaps a ceiling on this.
Junior, listen to your grandpa. It won't hurt. It's got to come out, or you might swallow it.
Well, then I can swallow me food whole and then jump up and down and chew it real fast.
Here now, open your mouth.
Oh, yeah, look at my mouth with it open like that. It looks like a picket fence with a gate open.
Ain't you a sight?
Yeah, I see. Hey, if I let you pull it, can I have $1 to get me some false choppers? I need $1 to get some teeth.
Oh? You mean false teeth for $1?
Sure. Didn't you ever hear of buck teeth?
Well, now let's tie the string right on it there.
No, the string will hurt me, too.
No, it won't. Look, I'll tie it on my tooth and show you. There.
Well, what you going to do after you got the string on my tooth?
Oh, just give it a little yank.
You mean like this?
Oh! He pulled my tooth out.
Hey, look, now he can be an elf. Look. Boy, he does look like a picket fence with a gate open, don't he?
Jonah, come here to me now.
Now, don't scold the child. That was your own idea. Now, here, let's tie the string in your tooth, Junior, and you can pull it yourself.
I can't. I'm not that brave.
I thought you said you were the bravest boy on this street.
I is. It took a lot of courage to tell a lie like that.
I'll tell you what. Now, you go to sleep. And when you wake up, it will be gone.
You mean you wait till I get to sleep?
Yes.
Like a real dentist?
Yes.
And then when I get sleep, you're going to pull it?
Yes.
I'm not sleepy.
All right, Junior, shall I tell you a story?
You mean a fairy story?
Yes.
Nah, I don't believe in that stuff, you know. I like a story about I smell the blood of an Englishman. Please hear Ira, please, he said. I grind his bones to make me bread. I'm going to chop him up into little bitty pieces and spoil him. Oh, no! I scared me down.
Tooth out. Now, look, Junior, you tie one end onto your tooth and the other end onto the iron.
The iron?
And then you carry it until it gets heavy, and then you drop it.
Yeah, I should have thought of that.
Yeah.
Okay, now you carry the iron, Junior.
Okay, I tie the string on the iron, and I'll walk around with the iron until it's heavy, and then I drop it, and the tooth will come out.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay.
You've been carrying that iron now for about 30 minutes.
Junior, aren't you tired yet?
Yeah, this is kind of heavy. I can't hold it much longer. Here it goes.
Oh! Did you have to drop it on my glass-top coffee table?
Now, let's not scold the child. Remember, it was your idea.
This is fun, boy. You can get away with murder.
Now, let's see your mouth.
What's the matter?
The tooth. It's still there. The string slipped off.
I've got it. Why didn't I think of this before? Here, tie the string on his tooth and the other end on the doorknob.
Yeah, and then you open the door real fast and bingo. Out will come the tooth.
All right, now come in here, Junior.
Okay.
Now, here. We'll tie the string to the doorknob.
Yes.
And then you tie this end to your tooth.
All right. Okay, now you get out and open the door real fast.
Ready?
No, not yet. Okay, let her go.
Oh, my good lamp. You tied the string to the floor lamp.
Well, I wanted to see what to do to that lamp before I get it to me, too.
Now you're going to get it.
No.
Are you going to be good?
Yeah, but you keep that up, boy. You're drawing my teeth loose.
Junior, I'm not spanking your head.
Well, there must be some connection somewhere. Every time I let you, my tooth gets loose. It gets looser and looser. Nope, there it goes. There. The tooth was out.
Yes.
Tell me, what was it, a boy or a girl? What'd I tell you, boy? Stick around here and they'll knock all your teeth out, boy. I know.
This is Rod O'Connor saying, remember, in refrigerators, home freezers, gas and electric ranges, washers and water heaters, everything Norge makes right. Make a date with yourself this week to stop in at your friendly Norge dealers to see the newest Norge refrigerator, the beautiful Jet Self Defroster. See how Norge frees you forever from the bother and mess of defrosting. How it defrosts itself every 24 hours so fast even ice cream stays brick solid. See the extra space and extra convenience features Norge gives you. And all at a price that makes sense. And now until next week,
this is Red Skelton saying thanks for listening and reminding you that you won't know what you're missing if you don't see Norge.
Join us again next week for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton has heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. This is a copyrighted feature transcribed from Hollywood. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Costello program starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos. The Abbott and Costello program, with the modern rhythm of Will Osborne's orchestra, Iris Adrian, our singing star Connie Haynes, And spotlighting that chunky, chubby little cherub, who, when caught asking a neighbor lady to take her shoes off because his Uncle Artie Stebbins said she had crow's feet, calmly said,
I'm a bad boy!
Costello. Where have you been? Why weren't you here fixing up the house for the party tonight?
Oh, hey, Abbott, I had to get down to jail to get my landlady out. You know, Mrs. Satchel Puss?
Yeah.
I had to get her out on bail.
What do you
mean? She got arrested for shoplifting. They finally caught her.
I thought she was too smart to get caught.
Well, she made a mistake. She stole an alarm clock and hid it in her bustle.
Well, how did they catch her?
Her bustle went off at 7:15.
Never mind your landlady. Did you send out the invitations for the party?
Oh, yeah. I got them right here. Look what it says.
What is it?
Lou Costello invites you to a Christmas party to be held at his home, B-A-P-O-B.
B-A-P-O-B?
Yep.
You mean RSVP?
Oh, no. I mean B-A-P-O-B. Bring a pound of butter. Oh, boy, what a party I'm going to have. My Aunt May will bring her cranberry sauce. That's her specialty. Aunt Catherine will bring her plum pudding. That's her specialty. And Aunt Eva will bring her 14 children. That's a nice family.
Yeah. Never mind your relatives. Look, forget about your relatives for a minute, Lou.
Yeah.
Did you remember to get souvenirs for everybody?
Oh, souvenirs.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm having favors for the girls. At 12 o'clock, I'm going to turn the lights off.
Oh, yeah. Any favors for the men?
What do you call turning the lights off?
Look, Costello, who did you invite besides your relatives?
Oh, a lot of movie stars. And I invited Lana Turner. And she kissed me.
Lana Turner kissed you?
The smoke isn't coming out of my ears for nothing.
Costello, how about the tree? Did you get a tree? Did you get a tree?
Oh, did I get a tree? I got the biggest Christmas tree you ever saw.
Well.
I just got through putting it in the living room.
You did?
What a tree! It's 6 feet higher than the ceiling.
Well, it's a shame to have to cut the top off.
That's the way I felt about it, too.
Sure.
So I cut a hole in the ceiling.
You cut a hole in the ceiling of our living room?
Yeah, this will be the first Christmas we ever had a tree in our bathroom.
Look, Benson, look. What kind of a tree did you get? Is it a fir?
Oh, yes, it's one of those... What did you say?
I said, did you get a fir?
No, I got a tree.
Stop this silliness. I want to see your fur.
See my fur?
Certainly.
What am I, a silver fox?
No. I'm not talking about fur, F-U-R. The fur I mean has an eye in it.
Oh, the fur has an eye in it?
Yes.
Just one eye?
Certainly there's just one eye in fur.
Must be I, J. Fox.
No, look. Stand still when I'm talking to you.
Yes, sir.
I'm talking about a fir tree.
Mm-hmm.
Now, will you quit talking about the fur with you in it? You doesn't belong in the kind of fur I'm talking about.
I doesn't belong in that kind of fur?
Oh, yes, I belongs in it, but you doesn't.
Why should you belong in fur if I doesn't? I happen to look better in fur than you do. I'm prettier than you. I'm cuter than you. You bad boy.
No remarks.
You bad boy.
Never mind. I'm trying to find out what kind of a Christmas tree you got. Look, wait a minute. Here, I've got it. What kind of bark did it have?
What kind of bark?
Yes. Didn't you notice the tree's bark?
No, I have my ear muffs on.
No. Bark.
Oh, bark.
Yes. No. Costello, the bark of the tree is the outer coat. Did the tree have a rough coat?
No, but the girl who sold it to me had on a smooth sweater.
No. No time for singing, please. The bark is the coat.
Yeah.
You find on the trunk of a fir tree.
A tree has a trunk?
Oh, of course.
That must be where he keeps his coat and fur.
No, Costello. I'm going to try to explain it to you. Now, all Christmas trees belong to the pine family.
Oh, no, they don't.
Oh,
this
yes.
Christmas tree belongs to me, brother.
No, wait a minute.
Let the Pine family get their own tree.
Forget the pine family, Costello. I don't think you know anything about trees.
Who don't?
You don't.
I do. I raise my own trees.
Did you seed them yourself?
Did I seed them?
Yes, I asked you, did you seed your own trees?
Yes, I seed them every day. I seed them this morning. I seed them last night. You can come over and seed them anytime you want.
How can I seed them when you seeded them first?
Look, Abbott, what have I got in front of my house?
Trees.
Did you seed them?
No.
Did I seed them?
Yes.
In other words, you looked at my fees, but you didn't see them.
That's right.
Let me smell your breath.
I don't know why I spent time with you. I was trying to tell you about the pine tar. We get tar from pines.
We get what?
Tar. Haven't you ever heard of pine tar?
No, but I heard of a tree tar.
Tree tar?
Yeah, clang, clang, clang went the tree tar. Clang, clang, clang went the tree tar.
As a Christmas present to her camel fans, lovely Connie Haynes repeats the song she helped make so popular.
With my high starchy collar and my high top shoes and my hair up high up on my head, I went to lose a jolly hour upon the trolley and lost my heart instead. With his light brown derby and his bright green tie, he was quite the handsomest of men. I started to yen, so I counted to 10, then I counted to 10 again. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley. Ding, ding, ding went the bell. Zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings. For the moment I saw him, I fell. Chug, chug, chug went the motor. Bump, bump, bump went the brake. Thump, thump, thump went my heartstrings. When he smiled, I feel the car shake. He tipped his hat and took a seat. He said he hoped he hadn't stepped upon my feet. He asked my name, I held my breath. I couldn't speak because it scared me half to death. Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Flop, flop, flop went the wheel. Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. As he started to leave, I took hold of his sleeve with my hand. And as if it were planned, he stayed on with me. And it was grand just to stand with his hand holding mine to the end of the
Thank you, Connie. I can't think of anything quite as pleasant as your voice, except perhaps the smoke of camels on my T-zone.
The T-zone. T for taste, T for throat.
The zone where smokers test the smoke of any cigarette. Right. It's with his own T-zone that each smoker must judge a cigarette. How the first cigarette of the morning tastes on your tongue. How even the last cigarette of the day feels to your throat. Only your T-zone can tell. That's how millions of smokers, forced to try many different brands when cigarettes were scarce, learned how good a Camel is. And that's why more smokers prefer Camels today than ever before. C-A-M-E-L-S. For Camels are the choice of experience. Costello, what did we have to come downtown for?
Oh, I gotta get some more spaghetti, Abbott, so I can finish trimming my Christmas tree. I couldn't find any tinsel this year, so I'm trimming a tree with spaghetti. And boy, does it look beautiful.
Oh, what's beautiful about trimming a tree with spaghetti?
Every time I plug it in, the meatballs light up.
Yes, I do.
There you go with that silliness again. Hey, Abbott, look who's in the car. It's that movie actress, Betsy May Mucho. Hello, Miss Mucho.
Hello, boys.
Gee, I'm glad I saw you. I want to invite you to my Christmas party tonight, Miss Mucho.
Oh, I'm very sorry, but I have to go down to Los Angeles. I'm having a dinner party at the Ambassador Hotel.
The Ambassador Hotel.
Oh, sure, Abbott. You know where the Ambassador is. That's the home of the Cuckoo Nut Groove.
Oh, it's going to be a thrilling dinner.
Yeah.
We're going to have craw Louis and steamed clams.
Clams?
Yes. Don't you just adore clams?
No, I'd rather have a plate of fried oysters.
Well, I must be ski-dawdling along.
I beg your pardon?
I must be ski-dawdling along. Oh,
Well?
we the same.
Gesundheit. I sure knock off those Spanish words, don't I?
Well, that's one turn down for your party.
I don't care, Rabbit. I don't care if you don't want to come.
Well...
Here comes my girlfriend, Lena Jester. She'll come to my party tonight. She's madly in love with me.
Ah, there you are, you sawed-off Boris Karloff. Standing on street corners, flirting with girls.
I wasn't flirting with any girls, Lena. I'm saving myself for you.
Thanks, Fatso, for saving so much. I've got a bone to pick with you. I put some of that perfume you gave me on my hair.
Wait a minute. I think it has a nice golden tint. What is it, Chanel number 5?
No, Kentone number 7. Roller and all.
You little worm.
Please, Lena, let's be friends. I'd never desert you. I'd stand by you. I'm as solid as the rock of Gibraltar.
I can believe that. You're sticking out in the Mediterranean.
Look, Lena, don't talk like that. I was just going to ask you to come to my Christmas party tonight.
Are you kidding? I'm going out with Van Johnson tonight.
Oh, Van Johnson. You always talk about Van Johnson. Take away his blonde curly hair. What do you got left?
I don't know, but you can deliver it to my house in the morning. Goodbye.
Well, there's number 2 that ain't going to come to my party tonight.
Hey, Costello, look. Isn't that Mrs. Niles getting off the streetcar?
Oh, hello, Mr. Abbott. Do you always stand on street corners leaning on a trash can? Oh, that's Costello. I didn't recognize him. He looks like the third day of the lost weekend.
You know, I wish you hadn't said that, Mrs. Niles. I was going to thank you for that beautiful Christmas card I got this morning.
Oh, it really was nothing. It was merely a picture of me smiling.
I know it, but how did you get your teeth to spell out Merry Christmas?
Please. Now, stop that, or Mrs. Niles won't come to your party.
I wouldn't come to his party anyway. I always run around with younger people. It helps me to keep young. Oh, in fact, I dread to think of life at 70.
Why? What happened then?
Goodbye.
Well, it looks like you're not going to have any party. That's the 3rd turn down you've had.
I don't care, Rabbit. Let's go home. I'm going to call up some of my other friends. I'll get somebody to come. Here, come on, let's grab this cab. Cabby, drive us to North Hollywood.
North Hollywood? What's the matter with Glendale?
There's nothing wrong with Glendale. I don't live there.
Oh, Glendale ain't good enough for you, huh? Go on, Costello, say it. Glendale is a one-horse town.
Glendale ain't a one-horse town.
Oh, then why did I lose my job with the city street department? Go on. Go on, don't stand there. Say it. Say, tell people I'm not a citizen of Glendale. Go on, say I never even voted.
You voted. You voted. You voted.
3 times, huh? Go on, start a rumor. Tell everybody I got paid when I voted.
Melonhead, you didn't get a cent for voting.
Oh, the $6 they gave me was for a dog life. Oh, now I'm a dog, huh? Tell everybody I'm a dog. Throw me a piece of liver.
I wouldn't throw you my liver.
What's the matter with your liver?
All right, you tell me what's wrong with my liver.
Get a load of this punk. Now, he wants me to go to school for 4 years, study day and night to be a doctor, just so I can tell him what's wrong with his liver.
Melonhead, I don't want you to go to school.
Oh, you want me to be a moron like you?
Please, fellows, this is the Christmas season. Remember, peace on earth.
Yeah, Melonhead, why do you have to pick on me like this?
Yes, Melonhead. Haven't you ever heard of the expression, turn the other cheek?
Boys, you're right. I feel sorry for everything I said here tonight, and I'd like to turn the other cheek so I can feel the humility. Costello, will you please slap me?
You mean that?
Yes.
You mean... Oh, I slapped you before I should, didn't I? Okay.
Now, slap the other cheek. Here.
Are you kidding?
No.
Yeah.
Thanks, Costello. You know, nobody would ever believe that Melonhead would turn the other cheek. Costello?
Yeah.
Will you please write down on this paper here that I did?
Oh, sure. I, Lou Costello, slapped Melonhead on both cheeks. There you are. I suppose you're going to show this to all your friends.
No. I'm going to show it to my lawyer. I'll sue you for assault. I'll sue you for battery. Get me a lawyer. Get me a judge and a jury. I'll fix you.
Get me out of here!
Back 25 centuries for the wisdom of Ethan.
Experience is the best teacher.
Yes, experience is the best teacher. When cigarettes were scarce, most smokers took what they could get. One day one brand, another day some other brand. What did that experience teach?
Well, actions speak louder than words.
Yes, actions speak louder than words. The actions of smokers today speak louder than any words about any cigarette. For after more experience with different brands than ever before, more smokers are asking for Camels than ever before. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels are the choice, for experience is the best teacher.
Jingle bell, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Oh, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a
Well, Costello, it's 12 midnight. Not a soul has shown up for your party.
I can't understand it.
I don't know.
Nobody showed up for my party at all. I thought my girlfriend Lena would surely show up.
Yes. It's a shame that you aren't going to get to kiss her under the mistletoe.
The what?
The mistletoe. Didn't you ever kiss a girl under the mistletoe?
No, I always kiss him under the nose.
Well, it looks like nobody's going to kiss you tonight.
Yes, Abbott. All my friends have deserted me. I'm just a failure.
Ah, no, you're not, Costello. You're a big success.
No, Abbott, I'm just a complete flop.
No, you're not, Costello. You're a great guy now.
No, Abbott, I'm just a sort-off, little, ugly-looking dope. Well, don't stand there. Argue with me.
Oh, stop this, Costello, please.
I'm going to bed, Abbott. Good night.
Wait a minute. Aren't you going to hang up your stocking?
No. Santa Claus won't even come here.
No, that's wrong, Costello. Santa Claus loves everybody.
He doesn't love me, Abbott. He don't. Santa Claus has never come to my house on Christmas since I was 7 years old. I was a smart aleck little kid in those days, just like some boys and girls are today. I went around saying I didn't believe in Santa Claus. If a kid come up and said he believed in Santa Claus, I used to say, you're nothing but a sissy. There ain't no Santa Claus. That's your father. But now I realize how wrong I was. I want to tell all the little boys and girls what happened to me. Let's all be children again. Let me take you back to Christmas Eve some 20 years ago. I'd been out all day playing with my friends Chowderhead Abbott and Skinny Niles. It was a beautiful Christmas Eve. Snow was falling, and you could see the lights on the Christmas trees and all the houses.
I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the one we used to know.
Louis Costello! Coming, Mother! Louis Costello, stop choking that cat.
I'm not choking it, Ma. I'm trying to get the money out.
Well, there's no money in that cat.
Oh, yes, there is. Last night when Pa was playing poker, I heard him say, everybody put money in a kitty.
That's probably your father now.
No, that was kind of a sneaky knot. It's probably the Iceman.
Oh, never mind the door. I'll see who it is. You go wash your dirty face.
Oh, Ma, why can't I just go up and cover the dirt with powder like you do?
Merry Christmas, Costello.
Why, it's the little Abbott boy and the Niles boy.
We came over to tell you what Louis did. He came over to my house and asked my mother to bend her head down so he could see her horns.
You snitcher.
Why, Louis Costello, you naughty boy. Whatever made you think that Mrs. Abbott had horns?
I heard you say that when she got dressed up, she looked like the devil.
Yeah, Nanny don't. She did either, Miss Costello. Louis said my mother keeps a cat in the icebox.
Why, Mrs. Niles does not keep a cat in her icebox.
Then why does everybody say she's got a frozen puss?
You children stop this arguing, and Louis, you get ready for bed right away. Santa Claus will be coming along any minute now. Good night.
Gee, I can hardly wait till Santa Claus gets here.
Listen, Kenny. I hear sleigh bells.
Yeah, and I can hear him walking around on the roof. He's getting ready to come down the chimney.
Who built that fire in the fireplace?
I did.
Do you realize that you gave me a hot foot?
That isn't the way I planned it.
Well, I'm sorry I'm late, boys, but I had to stop off at Betty Grable's house.
Why did you have to stop off there, Santa?
After spending a year up there in the cold north, he's got to thaw out someplace.
Quiet, Louie. Gee, Santa Claus, I hope you brung us kids some nice presents. Huh?
Oh, yes.
Yes, I did. I brought some nice presents for you, Buddy Abbott, and you, Kenny Niles. But as for you, Louis Costello, you've been a bad boy. You hear? A bad boy.
Santa Claus, did you have lamb chops for dinner?
I'll take care of you later, Louis. Here, Kenny and Buddy, here are your presents. Now run along home like good little boys.
Gee, thanks, Santa.
That's all right. Good night. Good night, boys. Good night. Now, Louis Costello, I want to show you all the black marks I've got down here against you in my book. Now, here's a report from your Sunday school teacher. She tells me you put fly paper in all the pews last Sunday. That you put a cat in the pipe organ. That you put Limburger cheese behind all the radiators. And then you put a cap from a Coca-Cola bottle in the collection box and took out 15-cent change. Now, what do you say to that?
I'm a busy little bee, ain't I?
Silence. You haven't heard the worst. I see that a few years ago you flirted with a little girl in school. Is that true?
I'm afraid it is.
And is it true that you gave her your class pin?
What class pin? I was only 2 years old. I gave it the only pin I had.
All right. Let the whole thing drop.
That's what happened.
And finally, Louis, the biggest black mark against you is that you've got a book under your mattress.
Yes, sir. Santa Claus, it's only a book about how to make tea the right color.
How to make tea the right color? What's the name of it?
Forever Amber.
Well, I guess that settles it, Louis. I'm afraid there's nothing I can leave you for Christmas.
Nothing? You mean just plain zero?
That's right, Louis. Maybe someday, when you've learned to behave yourself, I may come back again. Well, good night.
Gee, I guess I'm just the kind of a boy my mother don't want me to associate with. Nobody likes me. Even Santa Claus can't stand me. Buddy Abbott and Kenny Niles both got presents, but I didn't get nothing. I'm going to write a letter to my mom and my pop, and then I'm going to run away from here. Dear Mom and Pop, when you read this, I will be thousands of miles away. Don't ever look for me because you're not going to find me. I'm never coming back. Maybe someday when I'm old, about 11 or 12. After I make $1 million, I'll come home and I'll buy a nice new dress, Mom. And I'll give Pop a new pair of overalls. That's what he calls his happy clothes. Please take the fleas out of my flea circus and put them back on the dogs so they won't get homesick. And don't forget to feed my little pet skunk twice a day. There's a clothespin hanging by his cage. I love you, Mom and Pop, but this is the best way out. Your loving son, Louis Costello. Boys and girls, that happened over 20 years ago, and Santa Claus has never come back to see me to this day. Please, kiddies, take a lesson from me and be good boys and girls, so that next Monday night, Christmas Eve, you won't be waiting for Santa Claus that didn't come like I've been waiting for all these years.
Oh, come, Lou. I guess we'd better go to bed.
Well, look, the Abbott, it's Lena, and Connie Haynes, and it's Melonhead, and Tim Isles. Oh, boy, you all came to my party.
Yes, and I'm here too, Louis.
Santa Claus, you finally came, and you even brought your horse with you.
What horse? It's me.
Pardon me, Mrs. Niles. Gee, I didn't dream that anything like this was going to happen. I thought that nobody cared about me anymore. I was dreaming of a sly Christmas. I thought my friends had passed me by. Why, you know, Costello,
that you're one fellow that we all think
You are loved by both the kids and old folks, though you have whiskers on your jokes. May your life be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be happy, Mrs. Niles. Wow! Costello. We'll be back with Camel Cigarettes in just a minute. And now this week's salute in the new series of salutes to the men who won the victory.
Tonight we salute the 66th, the Black Panther Division, heroes of L'Alliance, Saint-Nazaire, and the Army of Occupation. In your honor, men of the Black Panther Division, the makers of camels are sending to other servicemen still overseas 500,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the two Camel radio shows thus honors the different units of the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard, a total of 1 million camels sent free each week. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now, here are Bud and Lou with the final word.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, Abbott. Hey, I don't see that guy here that always yells, no, not that.
You know, here, Costello. I didn't want to spoil the Christmas spirit on your show tonight.
Oh, that's awfully sweet of you.
I also want to thank you for that lovely present you sent me. That's the best game I ever played.
Game? I didn't send you any game. I sent you an autographed picture of myself.
How do you like that? My wife and I sat up all night trying to pin a tail on it.
Good night, folks. A Merry Christmas to everybody.
Yes, Merry Christmas to everybody. And don't forget to buy another Victory Bond at your local theater. Merry Christmas to everybody in Patterson, New Jersey.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, try Camels in your T-zone. See if they don't suit your taste, your throat, to a T.
Just 4 more days till Christmas. Are there still any blanks on your gift list? If you know a pipe smoker, here's a grand answer. The colorful Christmas tin of Prince Albert tobacco. It holds a full pound, 400 pipefuls of the world's most popular pipe tobacco. The tobacco that's crimp cut for slow, cool burning. The tobacco that's processed to remove bite and sting before it's packed. And you won't have to shop around for that present. You'll find the Christmas tin of Prince Albert most everywhere tobacco is sold. And be sure on Saturday night to tune in the great Prince Albert radio show, Grand Ole Opry, Coast to Coast on NBC.
The Abbott and Costello show for Camel Cigarettes will be back at this very same time next week. Don't miss it. This is Ken Niles in Hollywood, wishing you all a pleasant good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is bread. B-R-E-A-D.
Really?
You bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Is that fool still around? Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $2,500 for one of our couples tonight. It's a lot of money. George Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
We invited some pediatricians to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, we selected Dr. Alonzo Katz. His partner is a young mother from the audience, Mrs. Christine Garcia. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, to You Bet Your Life. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 immediately. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. A young mother and a pediatrician. Which one is the young mother?
I am.
You are? Congratulations, Mrs. Christine Garcia, huh?
Yes.
You know, you're named after a 10-cent cigar. Did you know that?
Yes, I...
Where are you from? I'll call you Christine, huh?
Okay. I'm,
You call
from...
me Garcia, huh?
All right.
Later on, I'll give you a message from Garcia. Where are you from, Christine?
Albuquerque, New Mexico.
And Mr. Alonzo Cass, huh? What's your hometown?
Los Angeles.
And Mr. Cass, how long have you two been married? Huh?
I'm the pediatrician.
Oh. Well, I don't care what your religion is, just as long as you're happy. Now then, how long have you two been married? Huh? She's not my wife. A fine time to desert her right after she has a child. How old are you, Christine?
19.
19.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're certainly well preserved, huh? You don't look a day over 18. How long have you been a mother?
My baby is 8 months old.
Mr. Cass, what did you say your vocation was? And don't tell me the last 2 weeks in August, huh?
I'm a pediatrician.
It's a very old joke, huh? It's so old it didn't even get a laugh, huh? What is your vocation? And don't tell me the last 2 weeks in August, huh? Maybe the month is wrong. I'll try July next year. You're a pediatrician, huh?
That's right.
Is that so? How long have you been a bicycle rider?
I don't ride bicycles. I take care of babies.
Oh, you're a baby doctor, huh? Oh, I thought a baby doctor would be about 3 years old, huh? Like a baby elephant, huh? Well, that shows you, huh? You don't mind if I call you Doc, do you?
Well, most doctors like to be called just Doctor or Al.
Oh, I couldn't call my Dr. Al. His name is Henry, huh? You want me to call you Doctor or Al or what?
Well, you use your own judgment. That's perfectly all right.
Okay, well, tell me, Josephine, how long... You brought that on yourself, Doc. Do you have any little patients of your own at home?
Yes, I have 6 children. They're not patients.
They're not your patients, huh? Smart kids, they don't trust their old man. Why is that? Why aren't they your victims?
Well,
patients?
Usually it's not considered ethical to take care of your own family.
In addition to that, it'd be kind of difficult collecting the bill, wouldn't it? How old is your husband, Mrs. Garcia?
23.
Is he shaving yet?
Oh, yes.
What sort of work does he do?
He's an upholsterer.
How did you meet him?
I met him at a dance. My father introduced him to me.
What do you mean your father introduced you?
Well, he knew him.
Oh, he knew him, and did you evince a desire to meet this man, or just...
Well, no.
Did your father drag over everybody at a dance and say, here's another specimen, try this one?
No.
What is the baby's name, Christine?
John Joseph.
John Joseph? Any reason why you chose that name?
Well, John is my husband's first name, and Joseph is my father's name.
He gets an assist for dragging him over that dance. How much did your baby weigh when it was born, Christine?
6 pounds, 8 ounces.
And what does it weigh now?
22 pounds.
Gained a lot of weight, didn't he?
Well, they're supposed to double their weight in 6 months.
At that rate, time the kid is 21, he'd weigh about 2,300 pounds. Doc, Croker, is Christine doing the right thing?
Well, the first job of a baby is to gain weight and keep its strength up.
In some cases, that's the last job the bum ever has. Huh? How much does your pride enjoy eating a day, Christine?
Besides baby food, 4 bottles.
You eat 4 bottles a day? That's a pretty hardy kid, you know. When you burp him, isn't there danger of flying glass? I suppose he just lies there on his back and blows martini bubbles. What did you put in his bottle, Christine?
His formula, about 160 calories.
Mm-hmm. What's a calorie? Is that any relation to cab calorie?
Well, that's something in the food to make the baby big and strong.
You better stick to a plain diet for that kid, huh? Every day, wholesome food like bottles and glasses. Now, Paddle and Pete, suppose you tell them... Suppose you tell this little mother what a calorie is.
Well, a calorie is the amount of heat that it takes to heat a cubic centimeter of water through 1 degree.
Well, if your kid can swallow that, he has a cast iron stomach. Doc, what kind of a pediatrician are you? Huh?
Well, I belong to the Blue Shield.
What's that? What's the Blue Shield?
The Blue Shield's a national organization organized by the doctors. It's a voluntary medical insurance plan where the people pay a certain amount each month. Then they're taken care of by any doctors they choose.
Well, is it like in England? Can they get glasses and toupees and things like that?
Well, I don't dispense glasses and toupees. I suppose they'd have to pay.
Have you got an old toupee? You're not...
Not yet.
But what do you do as a pediatrician?
Well, I take care of the babies right from birth and watch their development and advise the mothers how to feed their babies and see that they're raised, I hope, into being good citizens.
Do the mothers swallow all this hoopla?
No.
Tell me, Christine, does your pediatrician do all this work on your baby?
Well, so far he's given him a couple of shots.
You mean he shot him? Well, we've all got to go sometime, I guess. Why'd he shoot him, in the head?
No, in the arm.
I'm still getting those, huh? I'm glad to hear that. He just winged him, in other words. Now, Doc, as long as you're here, would you mind if I steal some free advice?
No, go ahead.
I have a 3.5-year-old daughter, and she loves candy. Should I give it her?
Why, of course.
How much candy?
Well, she can have all she wants, as a matter of fact.
All she wants?
Yes.
Isn't it bad for the teeth? Or?
No.
Is that so? Well, I'm glad my kid can't hear this. And she doesn't like to drink her orange juice in the morning. What should I do about that?
Well, you could try drinking it yourself.
Well, by the time I get to hers, it's pretty sloppy, huh? And during the night, she likes to get up out of bed every few hours. How can I make her sleep?
Try spanking her.
Every night, slugging her?
I don't think it would last very long if you slug her once or twice.
I don't think I would either. Well, that's you're pretty tough with babies, huh? Give them a lot of candy, snatch away their orange juice, and slug them, huh? Can't wait till I get home with that baseball bat, huh? Well, in spite of my kidding, Doc, I'm sure you pediatricians are contributing a great deal to the health of the community. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to try for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question.
Every DeSoto Plymouth dealer has an assignment that means service to you. A mission to deal with you fairly and squarely, whether it be for a new car, a used car, or a simple repair job. Friends, those few simple words stand for a whole way of doing business. A business policy, you might call it, by which more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers across the entire country have made a reputation which, frankly, is the envy of many other folks in the automotive business, or in any business for that matter. These dealers realize that it's good business sense to treat customers right, to make courtesy an important part of the day's work of all their employees, to tackle any job, no matter how small, with an honest desire to please you. Now, if that's the kind of place you like to do business with, drive in to any authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Now, let's see if a young mother and a pediatrician will get the chance at the $2,500. Send them and tell them the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs with beverages in the title. Is that right? Here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to try and talk right into the microphone?
$10.
What's the name of this song? Play, Jerry.
Roll off the barrel.
What is it?
And they're on their way. They have $30, Groucho.
Well, now you got $30. Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. How much of the 30 will you try?
20 this time.
$20. Let's see if you can identify this one.
T for 2.
T for 2.
They're climbing now. They have $50.
All right, you have $50. How much of the 50 will you bet?
40.
40. Give me the title of this song with a beverage in the title. Music, please.
Cream in my coffee.
Cream in my coffee. You're the cream of my coffee at 70 cents a pound. Now, here's the...
They have $90,
$90. They wouldn't have written that song today. Here's your last chance to beat the other couple. How much of the 90 are you going to try?
20.
$20. All right. This song is by Hoagie Carmichael. It's got a beverage in the title. Okay?
Oh, buttermilk sky.
Oh, buttermilk sky.
And they wind up with $110.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't sneak off. You might still be high for the night and get the chance at the $2,500 question.
Groucho, the secret word is still bread. Perhaps our next couple will say it. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a shoemaker and a housewife. And here they are, Mr. Marvin Babb and Mrs. Harriet Mosley. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, to You Bet Your Life. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 in cash instantly. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mrs. Mosley, is that right?
Right.
Where are you from, Mrs. Mosley?
Sioux City, Iowa, originally.
Sioux City, huh? Mr. Babb, who do you work for?
For Joe Zinke.
Are you married, Mr. Babb?
Yes.
Does your wife think you're a good shoemaker?
Oh, naturally.
Probably thinks you're a fine fellow to boot, too, huh? Has she ever done that?
She's tried a few times.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any little hides at home that need tanning?
Got one.
Got one, huh? How long have you been married, Mrs. Mosley?
Almost 14 years.
Well, you don't look it.
Thank you, sir.
You look like a recent bride.
I'm almost old enough to be your mother, I'll bet.
I would consider that very seriously.
Anytime, Mr. Marks, you come out and join the brood.
Well, if I had to be part of a brood, let's skip it. I want to do my own brooding. Now, you have children? I'll call you Harriet, huh?
Thank you. Yes, I have children.
What are their ages?
12, 8, and 6, and 4.
Bingo. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you called my number. How did you meet your husband, Harriet?
Feet first.
Feet first?
Yes, sir. He was stuck in a transom.
Was it your transom?
No, sir.
Would you mind clarifying that?
Well, he was trying to get into his own hotel room the hard way, I guess. He started through, and the transom had closed on him, and he couldn't get out, and he couldn't get in.
Are you sure that was his room?
Yes, sir, I am. Because he was making these strange noises. That's the first thing that drew my attention to him. And
well, it's not the customary position.
No. Certainly isn't. And he said, well, I have a key in my pocket. That seemed awfully silly, but I got the key out of his pocket.
Just a moment, Harriet. Just a moment. Why was he going in through the transom if he had a key in his pocket?
Mr. Marks, he's never told me. I honestly don't know. That's true.
And he's still...
I have my own ideas, but...
They're not your own ideas. They're mine, too. Now, shoemaker, I'll just call you cobbler, huh?
We don't like to be called that. That's more of a butcher.
Well, some of my shoes have been butchered up pretty well. So what specifically do you do?
I repair shoes, put on new soles, new heels, make repairs in the uppers.
You repair uppers? You mean you're also a dentist?
No, I just make shoes.
Oh, now what's the... used to be an old joke about a fellow, patent leather shoes, leather on top and his bare feet were patent on the ground. That belonged to Moran and Mac, the two Black Crows. And they can have it, I might add. How'd you get to be a shoemaker? Did you study at Oxford?
No.
That's a kind of a joke, you see. Which shoes are hard? Do you ever sing Shoo Shoo Baby when you're working? No, I guess not. Which shoes are harder to repair, men's or women's?
No, women's shoes are much harder to repair.
Why is it?
Well, because of all the fantastic designs and styling.
So why do they wear such fantastic styles? Harriet, maybe you can answer that. Why do they wear such peculiar styles?
To get the men to notice their feet.
Wouldn't they do better attracting attention if they walked around barefoot? Well, if you really want to stop traffic, try going without looking carefully before you cross the street. What do they put in cheap shoes that make them wear out?
Well, they put a lot of belly leather in the soles and the insoles.
What's belly leather?
Well, that's the part of the hide that is the covering for the animal's belly. And then you put...
What's the matter with that? Why isn't that just as good as any other part?
Well, that's nice for the cow, but it don't work very good in shoes.
You mean they just can't stomach that kind of leather? Suppose I brought some shoes into your shop and they were in pretty bad shape. Exactly, what would you do to them?
They were really knocked around, beat up, and rip, rattle, and run down the heels. I'd put on a new welt, new heels, new heel bases.
You do all
really
that,
Really make them look like a new pair of shoes.
Seems hardly worthwhile to go to all that trouble. I'm talking about horseshoes. Now, can you tell anything about a person just by looking at a pair of shoes?
Yes.
Well, what can you tell? Give us an example.
Well, you can tell whether he's a man or a woman.
Shoemaker, stick to your last. How would you like it if I came down to your shop and tied all the shoelaces together? Well, I must say I learned a lot about shoe repairing here tonight. Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for $2,500. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big question later. I can't tell you how much the first couple won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The pediatrician and the young mother earned $110.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected leaders in our government as your category. Now, here's your first question. You have $20. How much are you going to try?
10.
Who is Vice President of the United States?
Barkley.
Alvin Barkley is right.
We're on our way with $30, Groucho.
Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. How much of the 30 will you try?
20.
Who is the Chief Justice of the United States?
Douglas?
No, I'm sorry. It's Fred Vinson.
Oh, dear.
Now they have $10.
Well, now you've got $10. Here's your third question. How much of the 10 will you try?
Get the 10.
Who is the senior senator from Ohio? His father was a president.
Taft.
Senator Taft is correct.
And they're on their way again. They have $20.
Now you've got 20. Here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the 20 will you bet?
20.
Who is the Secretary of State?
Dean Atkinson.
Dean Atkinson is correct.
And they wind up with $40.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, in a moment, we'll know who's going to earn the chance at the $2,500 question. George, who's ahead so far?
The pediatrician and the young mother are leading with $110. And the secret word is still bread. We invited a number of models to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience chose Dorothy Green. Her partner is Mr. M.A.K. Feldsberg, an artist. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, including that whistle. And if one of you says the secret word, he wins $100 instantly. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Miss Dorothy Green, is that right?
That's correct.
You're the model, and a very, very lovely one, too, huh? Are
you.
You married?
Yes, I am.
Let's quit right here, huh? Do you have any little new models at home?
Well, they're sort of new. I have 3.
You have 3?
Yes, I do.
How old are they?
I have 1 6, 1 5, and 1 2.
Well, you don't look it.
Well, thank you.
You must have got married on your bar mitzvah. And Mr. M.A.K. Felsberg, is that right?
Yes.
Where are you from, Mac?
New York originally.
I call you Mac, huh?
Yes, definitely.
Where are you from?
New York originally.
New York, huh? You're the artist, huh?
That's right.
You look a little drawn. I didn't recognize the name. What comic strip do you draw, Mr.?
I don't draw comic strips.
Well, keep trying. You'll get there, huh? Are you married, Mac?
Yes.
How did you meet your wife?
At Carnegie Hall, we happened to have been sitting together.
Did you go in there together, or just...
No.
Just music lovers, huh?
Yes.
You started out as music lovers, is that it?
That's right.
And you didn't wind up that way, no?
No, I carried on with my painting.
I hope that's the only carrying on you did, Mr.
Definitely.
What were they playing the night you were at Carnegie Hall, do you remember?
Oh, Brahms, Brandenburg Concerto No. 2. Oh. I forget that.
It's Bach, you know. It's not Brahms.
Bach, yes.
Yes. Just want you to know that I'm no schmo, you know.
No.
Many a glass of Bach beer I've drunk in my time. Have you ever painted a portrait of your wife, Mr. Felsberg?
Yes, as a matter of fact.
Where do you hang her? Huh? Where did you hang her?
In the living room over the fireplace.
Isn't it a little warm there?
Talking about the painting.
On this program, we're never sure, Mr. Felsberg. Do you have many paintings on exhibition in galleries?
Yes, I have some all the way across the country, Boston, New York, Pittsburgh, and a few others.
Any local people?
Yes,
people?
Recently I sold a painting, quite a large painting, to Frank Sinatra.
To Sinatra?
Yes.
Who carried it home for? That was probably a frame-up, huh? How can you tell if someone has artistic talent?
Well, I don't believe in the talent. There is no such thing as
There's
talent.
no such thing as?
No.
This will be a great blow to Bing Crosby, you know. Particularly since his son is now pushing him off the airwaves. Could I learn to paint a picture of Dorothy Green here?
Oh, I think so, with the proper supervision.
Well, if I had to have supervision, I'm not interested. Now, what kind of a model are you, outside of being a pretty fair-looking dish there, Dorothy? Are you the new 1950 model DeSoto that's all new from bumper to bumper?
Well, I wouldn't say that, no. I'm a photographic and showroom model.
And where do you do your modeling?
I work through Carolyn Leonetti's agency in Hollywood.
House of Charm, isn't it?
Yeah.
May I ask how old you are, Dorothy?
Yes, I'm 26.
You're a fairly recent model, aren't you? What size are you?
What size am I? I'm a perfect size 12.
I don't care what size you are. You're just perfect. What do you say is the most difficult part about modeling?
Well, I would say the fact that we usually work a season ahead. You wind up in a nice, stuffy, hot showroom modeling fur coats in the middle of the summer, and you usually wind up out on the beach in the pouring rain modeling bathing suits in January or something.
You wear a bathing suit in the winter?
Yes, I have, many times.
I can't see what keeps you warm.
You're not supposed to.
Well, I can dream, can't I? Now, what kind of models do you prefer to work with, Mr. Felsberg?
Well, I paint the sea, landscapes and seascapes.
Well, you stick to your work and I'll stick to mine. Now, Mr. Felsberg, I want you to disregard anything I've said about you. Your professional reputation is safe in spite of me. Now, you're going to play the DeSoto Plymouth game. You bet your life. If you beat our other two couples, you'll get a crack at the $2,500 question. I can't tell you how much they won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners.
The pediatrician and the young mother are still ahead with $110.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected maiden names of movie stars as your category. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
10? All right, we'll try 10.
What is Mrs. Humphrey Bogart's maiden name?
Lauren Bacall.
Lauren Bacall is correct.
And they're off to a good start with $30, Groucho.
How much of the 30 are you going to try? Remember, you're going for $2,500. That's the big one now.
Right,
20.
20? What is Mrs. Tyrone Power's maiden name?
Linda Christian.
Linda Christian is correct.
They're climbing now. They have $50.
Now you have $50. Here's your third question. How much will you bet of the 50?
25.
25. Here we go. What is Mrs. Walter Wange's maiden name?
Joan Bennett.
Joan Bennett is right.
They're really on their way. They have $75.
Now you got 75, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 75 will you risk?
Can we try 60?
Yes.
60.
60. What is Mrs. Desi Arnaz's maiden name?
Lucille Ball.
Lucille Ball.
And they wind up with a grand total of $135, and that means that they get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question. If you own a car, it's important to you to get expert service at a fair price. You don't have to be told that. But I do want to tell you that it pays to go to an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer, whether it's an emergency or a routine checkup. For there, you get expert, courteous service at the lowest possible cost. In fact, that's a DeSoto Plymouth dealer's everyday way of doing business. Now, they're able to accomplish this because they have highly skilled mechanics in their shop. And these experts work with special factory-designed and approved tools. From the records they keep on your car, they're able to tell you, for example, when your engine is ready for a tune-up or new lubrication. They'll tell you when your tires should be rotated to add thousands of miles to their life. So, for the best from your car, drive in where you get the best service at the sign of an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's the model and the artist, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question, Groucho.
Well, you won't have to paint anything for a long time if you guess this, Mr. Felsberg. All right, here we go for $2,500. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully, and please, No help from the audience. Here it is. As you know, members of the President's Cabinet are appointed. The portfolio of one of these, however, expires every 4 years. Which Cabinet member's term expires every 4 years? Okay, what's the answer you two have decided upon?
No, what?
I'm sorry. It's the Postmaster General.
Yeah. Oh.
So that means the big question next week will be worth $3,000. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $135 in the quiz. Congratulations and thanks to both of you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week the big question will be worth $3,000.
Well, it's almost time for Bing Crosby, so good night, folks. And remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Here's a tip from the National Safety Council. Just take it slow on ice or snow. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Sir, Mr. Victor Gook and his son, Mr. Rush Gook, are in the kitchen seated at the supper table as we enter the small house halfway up the next block now. Mrs. Victor Gook is not in evidence, and young Rush, who has just descended from above stairs, is saying,
"Where's Mom at?"
She stepped across the alley to borrow a chunk of butter from Ma Harris. If you hadn't been upstairs asleep, you could have gone.
I wasn't asleep. I was learning algebra definitions.
Your mother hollered.
I had my bedroom door closed. Never heard her. Say, my brains get sharper every day, you know what? I memorized 3 definitions in 25 minutes flat. Closed my eyes, cudgeled my cerebrum, my cerebellum, and my medulla oblongata.
Shall we not interfere with the raisin bread? We have a lady dining with us. In polite circles of society, half-wits do not help themselves to food until everyone's at the table.
Who's the lady?
Mama.
Oh.
So quit flirting with the raisin bread till she returns.
I'm starved.
So am I. But I'm also a person in breeding. You're apparently a...
Hey, here's Mom. Greetings there.
Greetings. Haven't started to eat yet, have you?
No.
Good thing. We're going to eat supper at Miss Harris's.
What's this, Dr. Sleep?
It's Mr. Breeps' birthday, and he gave Miss Harris money to cook up a big, special, fancy meal. Invited the other roomers to help eat it. Stuff happened so nobody could show up. We've been asked to come over. Miss Harris has got food by the bushel.
And we got food by the bushel ourselves. In fact, it's right here in front of me in tantalizing array. I'm about to flourish my knife.
I said we'd be happy to accept the invitation. And she's got stylish eats. Big, grand, lovely steak. Mr. Croucher had to order special. Hot biscuits, Rush. Ice cream, too.
I've got a streak of fun in my makeup. You can notify Miss Harris. I'll only be too pleased.
Jump up, Mr. Vic. You've got to make yourself presentable.
Presentable?
She's got the supper table set in the dining room. We're not going to come slouching in with baggy pants on and whiskers.
You're not suggesting that I shave?
Certainly am.
Who's going to be on deck besides Miss Harris?
Mr. Sludge.
I have to dress up for him? Well, holy smoke.
I said we'd be there in 10 minutes. Let's not have monstrous big discussions and trash. Willie, you got to doll up a little, too. Shinny out of that sweater and get a coat.
Hey, I don't need any shave. My face is smooth as velvet.
I told her 10 minutes. She's all ready to take the things off in the stove.
Inspect my face once. If you can locate any rough stubble of beard, I'll...
All right, leave your face slide. But you do have to change your trousers. You got shoes on?
I'm wearing the half-wit easy slippers Besson Waller sent me with the tassels hanging down the sides and the Indian head on the toes and the tin beads that loop around the back of my
It's
ankle.
awful sweet of you to take up valuable time telling me what your easy slippers look like, but not at all necessary. I appreciate what they look like. Probably I've picked them up and set them in your clothes closet 46,000 different mornings. Will you wear shoes?
The poor lug gets all sat down to enjoy his evening meal. He's even got his knife and fork poised. The gastric juices have commenced to flow. His eye is bright and his heart is full. And just as he reaches for his first succulent morsel of food, it is snatched from him.
She's going to have extra fancy, big, thick steaks. The kind you're always asking me to buy. And the tasty trimmings that go along. It'll be a real treat. Miss Harris was lovely to invite us.
She just wants her stuff ed up.
Oh, my.
Well, she did ask us as a favor, didn't she? You said her lame-brained rumor brief give her money to dish up a Tony feed.
You really want to carry on a long conversation?
I want to get out of a lot of dressing and undressing and combing and washing and shaving.
Willie, walk upstairs and bring down your father's brown suit and his shoes. Skin out that sweater and slip on a coat. Let's see your shirt.
Got a spot on it, clean as a horse. I put it on.
All right, scoot.
Is Miss Harris going to have them trick mashed potatoes where they look like greens of rice and you
Scoot. Vic, will you get up?
Feel my face.
What?
Feel my face. If your fingers come in contact with one single
You
whisker.
don't have to shave. I told you didn't have to shave. I haven't got time to shave. What I want you to do is help me here.
What suit it does, did you say, man?
Help you what?
Help me clear away our own supper here. We can't go... Oh, what?
Did you say bring down Doug's brown suit?
Yeah. We can't leave this
The
supper...
brown with the pinstripe or the brown with the...
Brown one with the pinstripe.
Okay.
And you just stand there.
As yet, Sadie, you haven't mentioned
We've got
what
to clear away our own supper.
Why?
Would you just leave it?
I suppose there are legal statutes by the bylaws of the state of Illinois which prohibit any such horrible procedure, but
Put
at
these
the
knives
same
and
time...
forks in the drawer. Stack up the plates. I'll be putting the meat back in the pan. You can have it tomorrow, and the potatoes, too. Take the raisin bread and put it in the bread box. I don't see why there needs to be such a commotion.
If you'll reflect 3 seconds, I'm sure you'll agree with me when I point out you're raising a commotion. I myself...
Going across the alley to eat a bite of supper. Is that any reason for enormous big fuss and feathers?
An innocent passerby happening to overhear our feverish...
Will you put
colloquy
the
with-
raisin bread back in the bread box? 10 minutes, I told her, Vic. 10 rotten, measly little minutes. We stand here letting them slide by.
Oh, let's not stand here. Let's go.
You'd waltz into Miss Harris's living room for an extra special company feed, huh? In easy slippers and baggy pants. Mr. Sludge is decked out like an electric light. Checkered afternoon trousers and little black coat with velvet lapels. Hurry along, will you?
I'm about to die of starvation.
And so's everybody. Let's step along brisk and do what we have to do. To doll yourself up presentable.
I took off my sweater and put on a coat like you said. I never changed
All
my
right, give your
shirt.
father his things. You can be helping me clear the table. You'll play ball, won't you?
I'll gladly play ball with
Fine.
your...
Start piling up the plates, Willie.
Resembles a hollow mockery. Don't have to set the table for supper and then start to clear it off again without eating nothing.
Yeah, knives and forks go in the drawer.
What happened to Mr. Breep he can't put on the feed bag?
He's down for City Hall. Mr. Cameron's in trouble.
Yeah? What'd Mr. Cameron do?
Somebody accused him of stealing the brass ornaments out in front of the public library.
Oh, my God.
Mr. Breep's a real nice fella. He's down trying to get Mr. Cameron out of his fix.
Gee whiz.
Too bad all around. Mr. Breep's birthday, and he gives his landlady money to cook up a big fancy supper. And one of his fellow roomers gets in touch with the police. He feels like he ought to do what he can to help. Supper gets cooked and nobody to eat it. Fold the napkins nice, Willie. Skedaddle them back in their original creases. How are you getting along?
Excellent.
You're just sitting there.
After one leans over to lace his shoes, one's head is filled with blood, and a certain dizziness ensues, which makes it advisable to sit quiet a few minutes and relax in
Minutes
order
are just
to...
racing by, and I said we'd be right over.
I am a man, Sadie. I'm not an electric dynamo.
Please
which can
slip
be-
on your trousers. Pick up the olives and watermelon pickle, son.
Okay. Mr. Cameron accused of swiping the public library's brass ornaments, huh? What was he supposed to have done with them?
Sold them to the junk man.
The master criminal, that guy.
He certainly ruined Mr. Breep's lovely birthday dinner.
Uh-huh. Well, table's all unset.
I have on my trousers, Sadie.
Ready to trot?
I have yet to button my coat.
Well, let's be on our way. Oh, run another room and turn out the lights and see if the front door's locked. I think maybe you better check.
Telephone is again. Telephone is again.
It would be ringing.
Very possibly Bluetooth Johnson.
We'll see, and if it is, cut him off short.
Could conceivably be Rooster Davis.
Straighten your necktie, Vic.
I wouldn't put it past Leland Richards or Russell Duncan or Leroy Schultz.
Answer that.
My necktie is now straightened. My necktie is now straightened, and I'm very hungry.
Oh? Yes, I believe she is. 1 second.
Miss Denbottom?
No. It's a lady, but she spoke so rapid I was unable to identify.
One side.
I'm not too happy. I feel that hunger and fatigue have taken a heavy toll.
Yes? Oh, yes. Hey, I'll bet you wonder what on earth is keeping us. What, Miss Harris? Oh, really? Uh-huh. Why, how nice. How nice. Yes, indeed. Oh, us? Oh, not at all. Don't you fret about us, Miss Harris. No, sirree, sir, not at all. You go right ahead. Sure. I'll bet you do. Yes, I bet you do. All right, Miss Harris. All righty. Goodbye. Miss Harris.
Steak getting cold?
They let Mr. Cameron out of jail. Him and Mr. Breeps just this minute got home.
Hey, we going over?
No.
We gonna eat here?
Yes.
Our table's all unset.
Uh-huh.
Our supper's all been put back in the pantry.
Mm-hmm.
Gov's got his clothes all changed.
Mm-hmm. Don't sit there staring at me, Vic. It's not my fault. I can't help it. Brush.
What?
We better start scaring up a bite to eat.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up the next block.
We take you now to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meat to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Business? Staggering. The customers? About the same. By the way, Duffy, we got some mail here. An advertisement in the mail from a new paper towel company. Huh? I know we bought some last month, but they go fast. I think the customers have been blotting instead of rubbing. Any more mail? Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a letter here with a black border around it, Duffy. Open it, huh? What's in it? Mr. and Mrs. Hiram Cavendish of the Cavendish Undertaking Parlor announced the engagement of their daughter Lucy to Dr. James P. Briggs, permanent surgeon. Boy, that Cavendish is certainly a go-getter. Yeah, and there's another letter here for... Hey, wait a minute. This one is for me. I'll call you back, Duffy. Puzzled about, Miss Arthur? Well, I got a letter here from a Morton Q. Poggenberg on Newtown Road in Astoria, Long Island.
Well?
Well, I used to know a Morton Q. Poggenberg on Newtown Road in Astoria, Long Island. I wonder if it could be the same one.
Don't be silly. Newtown Road is probably just crawling with Morton Q. Poggenberg.
Oh, let me see. Well, sure enough. It's from me nephew, Morton.
Really?
Yeah, little Morton. Me aunt's kid.
On the distaff side?
No, on the riffraff side. Let's see what he has to say. Dear Uncle Archie. Eddie. Look how the kid spells uncle. U-N-C-L-E. Oh, dear. Ain't that cute?
Cute. And right, too. How old is it?
Well, let's see now. Morton was born the year that Uncle Joe went on relief. It was 1932. This is 1945. It's 32 into 45. Count it as 2. Must be quite a young man by now.
What do the letters say?
Let's see. Dear Uncle Archie, my family have gone to the Catskills, and they thought it would be nice if I came and stayed with you until they returned. Holy cat, Eddie. We're going to have a kid.
Ain't it wonderful what them vitamins can do?
Yeah, let's see. I will arrive Friday after school. That's today. P.S. Congratulations on being the first millionaire in the family. How does it feel to be living in a 14-room penthouse?
Where did you get that idea?
We've been corresponding.
Attention, letter writers. Does your fountain pen leak at high altitude?
All right, Eddie, so I took a little liberty.
That wasn't liberty, that was AWL. Where's this little Morton going to live?
He's going to live with me.
Oh, yes, I forgot. In the 14-room penthouse.
Well, it ain't quite 14 rooms.
It ain't quite 2 rooms, unless you count the pigeon coop. And where are you going to feed him?
Feed him here at the tavern.
Well, if you feel that way about the boy, wouldn't it be simpler to just beat him over the head with a club?
Look, Eddie, there's worse things in the world than the food in Duffy's Tavern. Oh, Finnegan, I was just telling Eddie here, my little nephew Morton's coming down tonight, and I'm wondering what to do with him. Finnegan, do you know anything about young growing children?
Well, I don't know. I never drew any.
I can see that you and Morton will be nice playmates.
Oh, sure. I love kids.
You do, huh?
Yeah, there's something about them that's so childish. Dang, kids love me, too. I got a knack for not making them feel inferior to me. I don't know how I do it.
Yeah, come to think of it, you ran a baby watching service once, didn't you?
Yeah.
Whatever happened to it?
It didn't pan out. Dude. You know, things would go along all right for a while, and then, as soon as the kids learned to talk, their mothers would fire me. How old is your nephew?
Oh, about 11.
11, huh? That's a nice, ripe age for a child.
Yeah.
He's a lucky boy. I often wish I had an uncle.
Yeah, huh? Your mother and father never had no brothers, huh?
No, just. I'm so tired of being a niece.
Well, it's a little late to change. Finnegan, I'd better explain this to you. Now, how many sexes are there?
Don't be absurd, Art. 3.
Huh?
Men, women, and children.
Well, I guess Morton will be safe with you. Now, let's see.
Hello, Archie. Hello, Finnegan.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy.
Sorry, Miss Duffy, you look perfectly beautiful tonight.
Oh, no, I don't.
But, Miss Duffy, you do.
Oh, no, I don't.
Gee, maybe I was wrong.
Miss Duffy, I think you should have quit when you was ahead. But there is something different about you tonight.
Yeah, I'm using a new shade of lipstick.
So, is that it? I thought you cut yourself shaving.
Honestly, Finnegan, sometimes you act just like a man.
Say, Art, what you getting sore about? I didn't say nothing.
Oh, no, but, with that face of hers, she's rather sensitive.
Oh.
Why don't you apologize to her?
Well, okay. Miss Duffy.
What?
I'm awful sorry you're so homeless.
Finnegan, did your parents ever have any children that lived?
Please, Miss Duffy, try and be a little more ladylike tonight. We're expecting a stranger in our monks. My nephew.
you, huh? Well, that's nice. What's he like, Archie?
Miss Duffy, there is no use baiting your hook on this one. You'd have to throw it back. He's only 11 years old.
Huh. To listen to you, an individual would think that all I ever do is chase men.
So?
Suppose I told you that I have as many girlfriends as boyfriends.
Miss Duffy, we have as many employees as customers, but that don't mean we don't want to do business.
Look, Archie, just because I show a little interest in your nephew, you don't have to go through a whole Magilla. And if you keep your mouth shut, maybe I could give you some advice on how to take care of them.
Where did you ever learn about taking care of children?
From my mother. After all, she brought me up.
You got any other references?
It so happens that I was very well raised. Mama always tells me how, even before I was born, she made it her business to think beautiful thoughts and to listen to beautiful symphonies and concerts and operas.
Somewhere along the line, somebody must have sneaked in a Spike Jones record.
I've just been thinking.
A likely story. About what?
What to do with your little nephew when he gets here. I think I'll take him to see a burlesque show.
Burlesque show? Finnegan, Morton is just a child.
So what? I'll explain it as it goes along.
You can't take a kid to a burlesque show when he's only 11 years old.
Don't worry, he'll be older when he gets out of there.
Well, maybe you got a point. Okay, but leave us not rob this kid of his illusions, you know. Don't let him sit too close to the runway. Oh, Eddie, look, Morton's going to be here any minute, and I'd hate to have him see the place looking so crummy. Ain't there something we can do about it?
Yeah, we could blindfold it.
Eddie, if a certain waiter continues to crack wise, there is liable to be a new porter in the house on 92nd Street. Now, leave us clean the place up. And by the way, who is that uncouth-looking stranger sitting over there in the corner?
I don't know.
Well, ask him to leave. We've got enough regular bums here without catering to strangers. Go ahead, throw him out.
Just a second. You mean that thick-set, powerful-looking gentleman with the cauliflower ears and the brass knuckles sticking out of his pocket?
Yeah, that's the one. What are you waiting for?
Now, I just want to be sure that we were thinking of the same man. You do mean that fella about 6'4", weighing about 300 pounds, reading the Wrestlers Weekly?
Yeah, that's the guy. Throw him out. He ain't bought a beer for over 2 hours anyway.
He's having one on me right now.
Eddie, quit stalling. I'm telling you, for the last time, I want the guy ejaculated. Let's see, where could Morton sleep tonight?
Archie.
Yeah?
How about him sleeping in our parlor?
Your parlor? Well, Miss Duffy, don't you usually have a date on Friday night?
Yeah, but tonight I got a date with a fellow who's interested in me for my mind.
Oh.
Morton could sleep on the horsehair sofa.
So, horsehair, but that's the one your mother faints on when your old man comes home sober.
So what?
You think I want the kid crushed to a pulp? Oh, I guess he'd better be off sleeping with me after all.
Mr. Archie?
Yeah?
That muscular gentleman that you asked me to throw out.
Oh, yeah. Is that big lug still here?
Yeah, he said this is a free country.
Never mind what the bum says. You throw him out.
And he further said if you want him thrown out, why don't you do it in person?
He's lucky this is a free country. Look, I'm going to let Morton sleep with me tonight, so I'd like you to go over and clean up my room, Eddie. And don't forget to take my socks off the radiator and stand them in the closet.
Yeah.
And another thing, you know that autographed picture I got of Beefy Levere, the striptease queen?
Yeah.
Pin a handkerchief over her from the neck down. Or better still, use me Harvard pennant. Yeah, that'd be a nice touch. And another thing, tell me landlady that I have a house guest and will need an extra pitcher of water in the morning.
Okay, Coach, I'm on the way.
Wait, you better wait till I get back, Eddie.
Where are you going?
Well, I gotta go down to the laundry and tell Chin Lee to hurry up with my other shirt. I'll be back in a minute.
Sweep up the floor, clean out the room, throw out the customers, hang up my socks. Eddie Green, you was out of your mind when you said not interested to the Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Fe. Where would it all end?
I beg your pardon. Can you tell me where I can find the owner of this place?
The owner?
Yes, a gentleman named Archie.
Oh, him? Well, he'll be right back. He's out transacting a big deal. It's something to do with China. You is Morton, ain't you?
Yes.
Well, Morton, I'm Eddie.
Eddie? Oh, yes, Archie's valet.
Well, not the head valet. No, I'm working up to it, though.
Oh. So this is Duffy's Tavern here. Sorry I had to come when you're rebuilding. What weird-looking people around here. Who's that tall, stupid-looking fellow with the apron that's just coming in?
You mean the one with the big ears?
Yes.
That is Uncle Archie.
Well, Morton.
Hello, Uncle Archie.
Morton Q. Parkenberg. You know, the last time I seen you, you were about this big. I'll never forget that day. I picked you up from your little crib. My, you certainly have grown. I suppose you go to school now?
Oh, yes.
Oh, good. At 11 years old, I know how you must feel about school, Morton, but, kid, listen to your Uncle Archie. Stick it out for another year or two. Little extra education never hurt nobody.
Another year or two? Why, Uncle Archie, I'm planning to go to college.
Morton, I see you've inherited the family thirst for knowledge. When do you think you'll go to college?
Well, I'm eligible now, but Mother doesn't want me to matriculate too young.
And she's right. Go to college first, then marry. By the way, what's that book under your arm there?
Oh, this? Oh, it's the biography of the Ocelot Molotov.
Yes, what other books have you been reading?
Oh, The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, James Joyce's Ulysses.
Oh, yeah, that's Ulysses. Yeah. Did you like that?
Oh, I thought it was splendid.
Yeah. Remind me, I'll take you up to Grant's tomb someday. We'll drive up in me Cadillac limousine with the Fleetfoot body.
A Cadillac limousine? You must be awfully rich, Uncle Archie.
Rich as a crocus, kid. Well, you know, it ain't tough to make dough if you got the right connections. You know, Rockefeller says to me, buy 50 million shares of that. Henry Kaiser says, sell 60 million shares of this. First thing you know, you got $100 in your pocket.
It must be wonderful to know all those people. Uncle Archie, do you know anybody in radio?
Well, what is?
Well, I'd like to get an information, please.
Oh, yes, yeah, I know all of them guys personally. Oscar Vance, FOB.
Do you know Clifton Fadiman?
Oh, I know him for years. In fact, him and me was cockneys together in London.
Well, then maybe you could get me on the program.
Well, Morton, I'll see what I can do, but don't forget, them people are several years your major, you know. I'm afraid to them you'd be just a little quizzling.
show, Uncle Archie, but just the same, I've listened to that program every week for the past 3 years, and I've never missed a question.
Are you kidding?
No.
Wait a minute. Quick. Name me the first president of the United States.
George Washington.
Maybe we got something here. Tell you what we'll do, kid. We'll start training tonight. We'll get a board of experts around the place and set up a quiz show. You know, it'll be good practical experience for you. If there's any bugs in your head, we can iron them out.
Uncle Archie.
Yes, Morton.
Aren't you tired of massaging my head?
Look, Morton, before a fighter goes into the ring, what does his trainer do? Massages his muscles. You know, he makes them supple. Now, let's get started. I'll introduce you to your fellow experts. Miss Duffy. Morton, this is Miss Duffy, our expert on maritime relations. Miss Duffy, this is Morton.
Hubba. You're cute.
This dame don't throw the age limit nowhere.
Why, gee, Uncle Archie, she's attractive, isn't she? Oh, thank you,
Morton,
Morton.
I'm afraid the studying you've been doing has ruined your eyesight.
Oh, the nerve. Oh, please, Miss Duffy. Uncle Archie sometimes carries his jokes too far. I hope you'll accept my apologies in his behalf.
Look, Morton, on my behalf, I said something that's ashamed of it. It'll apologize for itself. If you don't mind. Now, next, I would like you to shake hands with Mr. Clifton Finnegan.
Hello, Morton. Here, have a touchy, though.
Well, I'm afraid I must decline, Mr. Finnegan. Experience has taught me that excessive consumption of carbohydrates is deleterious to the proper functioning of the body.
Yeah, does he or don't he want a touchy, though?
You heard the kid as well as I did. Give him a Tootsie Roll. Now, leave us get going with this quiz. Now, folks, for each question missed by the experts, Duffy's Tavern will pay out to the askee of said question 25 cents and free lunch tickets. I was only kidding, Duffy. Experts, the first question is in 3 parts. Who said of the people, for the people, and by the people? Mr. Finnegan?
We the people.
I'm afraid this time you're wrong, Mr. Finnegan. Morton.
Abraham Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln is right. That gives us 3 out of 3. And now, a scientific question. How does the process of pasteurization get its name? Morton?
From its inventor, Louis Pasteur.
Sorry, Morton. Better luck next time.
Well, Uncle Archie, it is Pasteur. It's Pasteur or pasteurized.
Morton, you've heard of homogenized milk?
Yes.
Is there such a guy as Hajime?
No.
Okay. Mr. Finnegan, where did pasteurization get its name?
Was it from a moving picture with 12 munis?
No. Could you be a little more specific? What was the name of the picture?
Green Pastures.
Correct. Well, better luck on the next question, Morton. Now, this question comes from Miss Fern Pepnick, East Orange, New Jersey housewife. What is meant by the reconversion plan? Morton?
Well, as I understand it, the plan's reconversion lies in the general reduction of corporate and individual levies, which should, through economic compulsion and consumer goods demand, result in absolute parity of distribution.
Morton, will you stop talking like a child? How about you, Miss Finney? I see your hand up.
Sir, anything I could add to the previous answer would be mere repetition.
Oh, you don't know, huh? Now, anybody else? Okay. Miss Stepnick will receive 25 cents and free lunch tickets. Good luck, Miss Stepnick. Now, the next question is a musical question submitted by Mr. Sam Steinway. Now, the first part of the question is, what season does the following song suggest? Miss Duffy.
Leap year.
What month?
Who cares?
Well, I think I'll only have to give you full credit on that. Morton, by the way, did you recognize the song?
Oh, yes, it was Mendelssohn's Wedding March.
Yes, that's correct. From Richard Wagner's famous opera, Das Lohengrin. Well, that's a little better, Morton. Now, for the last half of the question, what state is suggested by the following song? Morton?
Carolina.
North or south?
North or south? What's the difference?
What's the difference? 50 million lives was lost in the Civil War, and he asked what's the difference. Morton, I'm afraid you're hopeless.
Uncle Archie, I've been thinking so, too.
Well, I'm glad we agree.
Yes. You've got a 14-room penthouse and a Cadillac limousine. Well, then I'm convinced that it pays to be ignorant.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening. But let's meet here again at this same time next week. And if you have a half hour next Friday evening at this same time, remember...
Duffy's Tavern. Oh, hello, Duffy. Did you hear the kid? Yeah, he's a bit of a moron. Yeah, I think when they named him Morton, they just threw the C in so he wouldn't feel self-conscious. But, you know, he's a sweet kid, Duffy, and I like him. You know, Einstein's theory of relativity, blood is thicker than water. Well, I'll see you next Friday, Duffy. So long.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell, P-R-E-L-L. Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Like millions of other families, the Chester A. Rileys are worrying about the high cost of living. And right now, as we drop into the Rileys' California bungalow, the law is being laid down by the boss of the house.
Now, you listen to me, Riley.
Okay, Dumpling, go on. My ears belong to you.
But we just can't meet our bills anymore. The cost of living's gone way up.
Oh, that's a lot of bunk. What's the cost of living got to do with it? Did you ever stop to think that maybe you're a little extravagant?
Well, after the way I scrimp and save. Why, I haven't bought a new dress in over a year. I'm wearing the hat I got 2 Easters ago. My coat's so old-fashioned, I'm ashamed to wear it in the street. And I'm extravagant.
That's what I just said. You're extravagant.
You're impossible. You just don't know what's going on in this country.
I know exactly what's going on, and if you'll calm down, I'll explain it to you. It ain't the high cost of living, it's inflation.
Well, that's just what I'm talking about. I just can't manage anymore on our budget, especially when it comes to food.
Well, what do you expect me to do, Peg?
Well, the least you can do is to make an intelligent suggestion.
Eat less.
Eat less. That's brilliant.
Yeah, and I'll do my part. From now on, when I go to bed at night, I ain't taking no sandwiches with me.
Oh, it's not just the price of food. It's everything. The way the children grow out of their clothes is fantastic, especially Junior.
Well, Junior's old enough to do his share, too. He'll just have to stop growing.
Well, he's always needing new shoes, and Babs needs dresses. And the price of clothes today is just outrageous. Well, you ought to know. You just ordered a new suit for $60.
That's right. Throw it up to me.
Well, now, dear, I
think I'm entitled to one new suit. How long can I go on wearing my old one? You know, they're not wearing bell-bottom trousers anymore.
Riley, of course you need a new suit. I just mentioned it to show how expensive things were.
Expensive? They're ridiculous. A salesman called me today to try to sell me a yacht for $80,000. I was busy, so I told him I'd call him back.
A yacht? $80,000? You didn't call him back.
Well, no, I didn't have a nickel. Now, let's see. Gas, $4. We can't cut down on that. Electricity, $5. We can't cut down on that. Water, $2. Well, we can't cut down on that. Cigars, $3. Maybe I can give up water.
Hiya, Pop.
Oh, hello, Junior.
Oh, say, Pop, can I please have $1?
$1? Are you out of your mind? Here I am racking my brains trying to cut down expenses, making every sacrifice. Why, I just gave up water. And you asked for $1.
Well, gee, I'm sorry. I didn't know things were so tough.
Well, it's time you learned. And you just have to cut down your expenses like the rest of us. How much are you spending for bubble gum?
Well, about a nickel a day.
A nickel a day? Who do you think you are? Remember, you're my son, not Wrigley's.
Okay, Pop.
You don't realize we've got inflation, and you know where that leads to?
Where? What is inflation, anyway?
Inflation? Well, it's
Well, you keep chewing a nickel's worth of bubble gum every day, and before you know it, boom, the whole thing blows up in your face. That's inflation.
Okay, Pop. But about that dollar...
No, don't bother me now, son. I got work to do. Now, where's the rest of those bills? Oh, here. Hey, what's this here? Looks like an invitation. You are cordially invited to attend the Beaux Arts Annual Ball.
That's Beaux-Arts.
Huh?
It's for Babs.
Oh. Hey, this dance is tomorrow night. How come I don't know anything about it?
Well, I guess Babs...
Nobody tells me anything around here. I'm always the last to learn what's going on with you kids. Just remember, I'm your father.
Okay, Pop.
I can prove it, too. See, here's another bill. Another bill I just got from the doctor who delivered you.
Okay, Pop. I admit you're my father.
Why didn't Babs say anything about this dance tomorrow?
Well, I guess she... Well, whenever she gets invited to a dance and she needs a new dress or something, you blow your top.
What do you mean I blow my top? I ain't the kind of a father that blows his top just because one of his kids says something he doesn't like. Next time you say I blow my top...
Oh, you're blowing it now.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, you think that's why Babs didn't say nothing about the dance?
Well, maybe.
Your mother said Babs needs a new dress. Hey, maybe she ain't even going to the dance on account of that.
Maybe.
Yeah, that must be it. She always talks about her dances. Fine father I turned out to be. My own daughter afraid to... Well, she's going to that dance. In a new dress, too.
Have you got the money?
I ain't so poor I can't afford to buy my kid a dress. Where's that bank statement? It just came today. Oh, here. After all, I ain't a bum. Balance $7.28.
Gee, you can't get much of a dress for that.
They made a mistake. What is that bank trying to do? They can't get away with that. I got more dough than that. I put some in regular every week.
But you take it out, too.
Whose side are you on? Hello? Citizens Bank and Trust? This is Chester Riley. I'm a citizen of your bank. You made a big mistake in my statement. You say I only got $7.28. That's ridiculous for a man in my position. What kind of a bank are you... Well, you better check. I'll hold on. Can't put nothing over on me. You gotta watch those banks every minute. What, hello? Yeah? Oh, so there was a mistake. I thought so. Well, how much is my balance? $1.63? No, that can't be. You better check again. No, don't check. I'm quitting while I'm still ahead. $1.63 and payday ain't till next week.
I wish I had some money, Pop. I'd let you have
Thanks, son, but I ain't licked yet. Don't forget, I got plenty of friends. Now, don't say a word to your mother or Babs till I borrow the dough.
You sure you can get it?
The boys at my lodge will do anything for me. I'm the most popular guy there. There ain't one of them who wouldn't cut off my right arm for me. Hi there, fellas.
Hi there, Riley, old pal.
Glad to see you, old timer.
Hey, you're a sight for sore eyes, Brother Riley.
You're a sight, too, Brother Gillis. Is there room for me to sit down here, boys?
Oh, sure, Riley.
Hey, move over. Make room for Brother Riley.
Thanks, fellas.
It's a long time no see, Riley, pal. Why, just this morning, the missus was saying, Harry, why don't we have Riley up to dinner some night next week?
Great. Make it tomorrow.
Now, wait a minute. I got first call on Riley.
You'll have to wait, Snooker. Riley's coming to my house first if I have to kidnap him.
Oh, gee, that's swell of you fellas, inviting me like this with the way meat costs.
Nothing's too good for a pal.
Especially the president of this lodge.
That's right.
Oh, gee, fellas, I'm glad I run into you tonight. You see, I'm in a bit of a jam, and I thought maybe you can help me out. All I need is... Hey, where'd everybody go?
Oh, Babs, don't you think you better ask your father about going to that Beaux-Arts ball?
Oh, please, Mother, let me wait till tomorrow, just before it's time to leave.
Well, I don't like this idea of keeping secrets from your father.
But, Mother, if I told Daddy a week ago that Simon Vanderhopper was taking me, he'd have blown his top. He'd have made a scene every day.
Well, I suppose so. Simon's not exactly his favorite.
What's Daddy got against Simon anyway? Whenever I ask him, he says, that Simon is a boy, and I was a boy once myself. It doesn't make sense.
Makes sense to me. I knew your father is a boy.
Well, everything will be a lot more peaceful if I ask Daddy at the last minute.
Well, dear, it's only that your father's interested in your welfare. Thank goodness you're not asking for money for a new dress. That'll make him happy.
Yes. It's a lucky thing the committee decided to make it a Ragamuffin Ball.
Yes. Kind of a silly idea, though, if you ask me.
It's a divine idea. They hold one every year in the Latin Quarter in Paris, and everybody comes in rags.
Well, have you decided what you're going to wear?
Well, you know my old chiffon? It's practically in tatters now. I thought I could fix it up to make it look really awful.
Hiya, Pop. Say, how'd you make out with your friends?
Friends. I learned something today. The only friend I got is your mother. And we're not really friends because we're married.
And you said your lodge brothers
I must have asked 20 guys. They're ingrates, the whole pack of them. After the kind of a friend I've been to them. Why, I must have borrowed money from them hundreds of times.
Looks like Babs is in tough luck.
I even went to the finance company.
They wouldn't come across either?
Oh, no, they were willing. They had the papers all drawn up, too. Then they asked me to get 2 of my friends to sign for me. So I got sore, and I said, if I had even one friend who'd trust me, you think I'd be here? And for some reason, they backed out.
Well, there must be some place you can get a loan.
Oh, it's no use, Junior. I went everywhere, even the pawn shop. I offered them my diamond ring, my emerald stick pin, and my sapphire cufflinks. They offered me $4.
Oh, gee, the diamond ring alone cost you $4.
I give up. It looks like poor Babs will have to go to that ball without a dress. The boys won't even look at her. Is she home, Junior?
She was in her room before, looking over a bunch of dresses.
I guess the poor kid's trying to find something decent to wear. Yeah, that's what she's doing. I can see her through the window here.
Oh, look, Mother, how's this one? Well...
Oh, no, she can't wear that. There's a big hole in the middle.
Maybe it's just a bare midriff. They're wearing them that way.
Yeah, but not in the back.
I think this one's better.
No, that's even worse.
I think you're right. This one will do. Will you fix it up for me?
Oh, sure. A few patches here and there, and it'll be perfect.
Patches. She's going to put patches on it.
Hey, mister, does the Chester A. Riley live here?
Yeah.
I got a parcel from him from the downtown clothing shop.
It's your new suit, Pop.
My new suit. I'm buying a beautiful new suit for $60, and my poor daughter has to go to a dance looking like a ragamuffin. Oh, I'm a monster. A well-dressed monster.
We'll have the second act of The Life of Riley in a moment.
Ken, the Wonder Shampoo is Prel. Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in a handy tube.
Yes, Prell's wonderful for 2 reasons. First, Prell removes unsightly, unglamorous dandruff in as little as 3 minutes. Examinations by a group of doctors proved it.
Second, Prel leaves hair more radiant than any soap or soap shampoo because Prel can't leave a dulling soap film. Yes, Prel awakens the youthful highlights in your hair. Leaves it radiantly lovely, radiantly soft and smooth.
You'll find that Prell tube so handy, too. No slippery bottles, no waste or spill. And a little makes mountains of lather.
So for hair radiantly clean, radiantly soft, and easy to manage, you'll sing about
P-R-E-L-L, Prel Shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prel Shampoo.
Buy Prel Shampoo. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Our harassed hero is under the impression that his daughter's going to wear an old shabby dress to a dance. But he doesn't know that this is actually a costume for a Ragamuffin Ball.
Now, Babs, I think it's time you told your father about the ball. He's leaving for work in a few minutes. Now, go on, dear. Get it over with.
Well, okay, I'll break it to him gradually. First, I'll say there's a Ragamuffin Ball tonight, and then about Simon taking me.
Good luck, dear. Well, life would be a lot simpler if you just had a boyfriend your father didn't despise.
I admit Simon's homely, but he's smart. Well, here goes. Daddy.
Oh, good morning, baby.
Daddy, there's something I have to tell you. It's about a dance tonight. They're having
I know all about the dance.
You know? And you don't mind?
Of course I mind. What kind of a father do you take me for? You think I like the idea of my daughter being seen in public with such a terrible look?
Oh, now, Daddy, why get all upset?
I won't let you go to a dance with a monstrosity like that. You deserve something better, Babs.
Oh, maybe so, but after all...
Don't think I didn't try to fix you up the way you deserve. I went to all the way you deserve. I went to all my friends.
Daddy, you didn't.
I begged them to help me. I even tried to borrow a real pretty one for you.
Oh, Daddy, how could you?
After all, I've got pride. If I was a girl, I'd throw that ugly-looking mess into the ash can.
Daddy, don't talk like that.
I'll talk any way I want. I'm still the boss in this... The boss. Babs, that's it. Why didn't I think of that before? I'll borrow money from the boss and buy you one.
Mother!
What is it, Babs?
It's Daddy. I know he hates Simon, but now he's delirious. He's going to his boss to borrow money to buy me a new boyfriend.
But, Mr. Stevenson, you gotta help me out. I'm desperate. Please, boss.
I'm sorry, Riley.
All I'm asking for is an advance of $30.
I'm sorry.
$20.
Sorry?
15, and that's my last offer. Take it or leave it.
Now, look, Riley, the company's got a rule. No advances against salary.
So, that's the thanks I get. Me, the first guy who ever worked for you. Why, when I started here, all you had was an empty lot. You put the building up around me.
I know you've been loyal, but I can't authorize an advance every time... Now, if this were an emergency...
But this is an emergency.
What kind of emergency? Do you have to pay rent? You going to be evicted?
Well,
Somebody sick in the family?
Yeah, that's it. Somebody sick.
Who's sick?
Who?
Yes, who?
Well, wait a minute. The name's right on the tip of my tongue. It's me.
Who are you trying to kid, Riley?
Oh, honest, boss. I'm a sick man. I need the money.
For an operation, I suppose.
Yeah, an operation. My appendicitis.
I've heard that one before. Now go on back to work. You look perfectly healthy to me.
But you don't understand. The attacks, they come and go. You know appendicitis, they come and go. One just came. Quick, lend me the money before I go.
Cut it out, will you, Riley?
Oh, the agony.
You're a pretty bad liar, but you're an even worse actor.
Okay, laugh at my agony.
Oh, go on, get out of here.
All right, I'll go, but remember, if I drop dead today, don't expect me into work tomorrow.
Oh, that Riley, what a character. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Stevenson. This is Babs Riley. Was my father in to see you?
Yes, he just left. Something wrong, Babs?
Well, Daddy acted very strange this morning, and I was worried. So
Good heavens, you mean he's really sick?
Well, I'm not sure. I never saw him, so maybe he is.
So he is sick. All right, I'll try and locate him. Now, don't you worry. I'll take care of everything.
5 o'clock and the dance starts at 8. I gotta get that dress for Babs. I gotta get some money. There must be somebody who'd be willing to dig down for a pal.
Hello there, pal.
Oh, it's you.
Yes, it is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker. Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Digger, I'm in a terrible spot. I need money.
Oh, I'd love to help you. But for the first time in my 20 years as an undertaker, I'm flat.
You broke?
Lately, business has been falling off. There's very little turnover. And what with high rent, wages, and advertising, I've got a very big underground.
You mean overhead?
I have my own system of handling figures. It's underground.
Gee, I never thought you'd go broke, Digger. Won't the bank carry you?
No. And when I think of all the people I've carried. Tomorrow I'm moving my establishment to a less expensive location.
Well, gee, won't you lose business?
Oh, no. When I move, I'm taking all my customers with me. By the way, Monday I'm having a grand opening. I'd love to have you drop in.
Well, thanks, Digger, but I don't feel in the mood for celebrating. I'm worried about my daughter, Dad.
Ah, yes. Teenage girls are a problem. Always entertaining wild whims. My youngest female child, Valkyrie, wants me to give up my business and move to Paris so she can study art.
Well, you're not going to do it.
Of course not. Valkyrie, I said, I'll never leave the USA. I love this land and the people that are in it.
My Babs is too sweet to complain. She's going to this dance in some terrible old rag. And here I just bought myself a new suit for $60. I feel like a heel.
Riley, have you worn this new suit?
No, not yet.
Then your problem is solved. Go to your tailor and return the suit. And then buy your dear daughter a cute and captivating creation.
That's right. That would solve everything. Oh, thanks, Digger. Now I'm happy again. And a minute ago I felt like crawling into a hole and never coming out.
Then you must come to our grand opening.
Oh, you bet. And good luck in your new place. Knock 'em dead.
We'll try. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
If Daddy's not at the plant, where can he be? I don't know. Oh, dear, I hope nothing's happened to him.
What's the matter, Mom?
Oh, you're home, Junior. It's your father. We've been all over looking for him. He disappeared from the plant, and we think he may be sick.
Huh? Why, we just here about an hour ago.
He what? How is he? Was he sick?
No, he wasn't sick.
Oh, what a relief.
He gave me $1, and I didn't even ask him.
Oh, then he is sick.
Well, he can't be. Well, he acted awful happy.
Well, what was he doing home?
Well, I don't know. He just came in for a minute and went out again.
And here we've been running all over town thinking he was sick. Well, Mr. Stevenson... Oh, thank goodness he's all right. Now, if you're going to that dance, Babs, you better get dressed.
Oh, golly, yes. Simon will be here any minute. Give me a hand, Mother.
All right, dear.
What a family. I'm the only adult in it. Oh, Pop, is Dad still here? She's dressing for the dance.
Look what I got, Junior.
Hey, a brand new dress.
Yeah, $50. Ain't it gorgeous?
Where'd you get $50?
I gave back my suit.
Oh, that's tough, Pop. You won't have a nice suit to wear.
Oh, don't worry about me. I'll get by on my good looks. Boy, wait till Dad comes in those rags and I spring this on her.
I'll get the door.
Oh, attaboy. I gotta lay down for a minute. I'm worn out from running. Oh, this feels good.
Junior, is your father home?
Mr. Stevenson.
Oh, there you are, Riley. No, now, don't get up. Just lie there.
But, boss, what are you doing?
Don't get up. To think I actually laughed at you, and there you were, writhing in agony.
Oh, now, wait.
Oh, help me, Riley. I feel like a beast. But don't worry, I'm here to make it up to you.
You brought the money, beast? I mean... boss?
Better than that. My personal surgeon. Here's your patient, Dr. Blake.
Surgeon? Oh, no, let me up now.
You do. Now, just lie there. Fine.
But, boss, you don't understand. My appendix...
There's nothing to worry about. You'll be in good hands. Dr. Blake here is an artist with a knife.
But I don't want to be his model.
Now, we don't know that it is appendicitis.
But it's nothing. I'm okay. No more pain. All gone.
Yes, that's a typical reaction.
But I'm okay, Doctor.
What do you think, Doctor?
I'd prefer to make an intensive examination at the hospital. You know, blood count.
Hospital? Oh, no, listen, I'm okay. I won't let you count my blood.
You think the hospital's best, eh, Doctor?
Oh, yes, I'm all for it.
Then I'm for it, too.
I veto it.
Come along, Riley.
No, wait, boss, wait. I'm okay. I lied to you this morning. I never had no pains. I lied.
Now, you're just trying to squirm out of it. You wouldn't lie and risk being fired just to borrow some money. Now, would you?
Trapped. Okay, Doctor, carry me.
Pop, you're not going to the hospital.
Junior, the boss knows best.
Oh, Riley, I didn't know you were... Oh, Mr. Stevenson.
Hello, Mrs. Riley. This is Dr. Blake.
He's a knife artist.
A doctor? What's the
Riley, Dr. Blake's a busy man. If he's willing to operate on you, at least have the courtesy to let him.
Operate? Oh, Riley.
No, there's nothing to be alarmed about. An appendectomy isn't very serious.
Appendectomy? Riley had his appendix taken out 12 years ago.
What? You see, boss? I told you I lied. Believe me, I wouldn't lie to you.
You mean all this?
Why, you... Please don't fire me, boss. Please don't fire me. I promise I'll...
All right. You're not fired. But if you ever again...
What's now with the burlap? But, Daddy.
Vance, take off that horrible dress. There's strangers here.
But, Daddy,
Look, I bought you this beautiful dress here.
Dress?
Yeah.
For me? Oh, it's absolutely ravishing. But, Daddy, I can't wear it.
But you gotta wear it. I had my appendix out 12 years ago.
Junior, get your father an ice pack.
Daddy, I can't wear a new dress. It's a ragamuffin ball. Everybody's wearing legs.
But you... Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You're supposed to wear rigs?
Yes, that's the whole idea.
You mean I insulted all my friends? I hocked my suits? I lied to my boss? I spoiled the doctor's whole evening? What a revolting development this is.
Riley's will be back in just a moment. Congratulations from coast to coast. That's what we're getting on Prell, the radiant cream shampoo in a handy tube. Mrs. Ethel Quain of the Bronx, New York, writes to Procter & Gamble,
One Prell shampoo revealed the shiny, resplendent loveliness of my hair. Now my hair is full of radiance. From now on, it's Prell for me.
And friends, it'll be Prell for you when you see how quickly Prell removes unsightly dandruff, leaves hair radiantly soft. You'll sing about
Prell, Prell shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. Prell, Prell shampoo.
Oh, honest, Riley, you can make more trouble for yourself than anybody I know. Well, you were actually ready to go to the hospital with that doctor.
No. I've gotten out of it. I'm pretty smart, you know.
If you were, you'd have gone with the doctor. He's an artist with the knife.
Oh, so what? I haven't got an appendix for him to take out.
No, but maybe he's got a brain he can put in.
Dumpling, you're cute.
Remember, to prevent hunger abroad, we must conserve food. Waste nothing. Use the plentiful food. Save wheat. Save meat. Save the peace. Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Watch for William Bendix in the forthcoming Paramount picture Where There's Life. The script is by Reuben Ship and Alan Lipscott. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. The Life of Riley is produced and directed by Irving Brackett.
Was the showgirl cutie. She wowed 'em on bald-headed row. She helped her clothes keep their beauty with wonderful ivory snow.
Ah, wonderful ivory snow. Your hands will tell you why you can keep your dresses, lingerie, and stockings glamorous longer with wonderful ivory snow. Prove it. This week, wash dishes with ivory snow. When you see how it pampers your hands, you'll know it'll pamper nice things. There's no other soap like it. Because Ivory Snow is positively the only soap, both ivory mild and in granulated form. It bursts into suds in lukewarm, even in cool water. Remember, your hands will tell you why. Ivory Snow is so kind to your hands, you just know it's kind to sheer nylons, dainty lingerie, and other nice washables.
Oh, wonderful ivory snow.
S-N-O-W.
This is Ken Carpenter reminding you that for radiantly clean, lovely hair, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L, Prell Shampoo. And listen again next week when Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Good night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
There's Rennie's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I know his Lum. I believe you're right.
No, see. Hello, jot 'em down, store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, Cedric finally managed to adopt a philosophic attitude toward his lost love, Clarabelle Seaskunk. But Abner, in helping Cedric arrive at this point of view, got himself into the doghouse with his wife, Elizabeth. As we look in on the little community today, we find the old fellows in the Jot-'em-Down store and library, and Abner is telling his woes to Lum. Listen.
She wouldn't hardly talk to you, huh?
No, sir. Every time I'd ask Elizabeth a question at breakfast this morning, Lum, why, she'd just look the other way or just start talking to little Pearl. She talked to me through Pearl all the time. That's what she done at breakfast.
Talk to you through Pearl?
Yeah, she wouldn't talk to me, She'd say, Pearl say, ask Mr. Peabody if he'd care for another biscuit, and ask your Pa if he wants another egg, and all sorts of things. Maybe little Pearl asked me,
Well, exactly how did all this start, Abner? What's Elizabeth upset about?
Well, there ain't nothing for her to be upset about, Mom. Well, it is not actual. You see, here's what started the whole thing. The other day I heard that Elizabeth was helping Miss Barton make a wedding dress for Mildred. That's Miss Barton's daughter, She's going to get married.
Yeah, I heard about that. Her and the oldest Macmillan boy, what's in the Army.
Yeah, that's the one. Well, anyway, I heard that Elizabeth was going to sew on a train. And naturally, I thought...
And you thought she was going to get on a railroad train and do the sewing?
Well, how'd you know that?
Well, after trying to explain things to you for the last 190 years, it ain't hard to figure that out. Anybody else in this world would have known that she meant the train of Mildred's wedding dress.
Well, I never knowed it. And so, naturally, I got sort of mad at Elizabeth for traipsing around the country on a train. Or, at least, that's what I thought she was going to do. And, well, one thing led to another, and I wound up and not going home for supper that night. Went home with Cedric instead. They'd over at their place.
Well, what in the world did you do that for?
Oh, I don't know. I reckon it was mostly that I just wanted to show Cedric how to handle women folk.
For goodness sake, you're a fine one to be trying to learn Cedric a thing like that. Looks like you ain't learned it yourself yet. And after all these years, too.
Well, now, I never had no trouble before.
Now you can see why I've stayed single all these years. You don't ever hear me having no trouble with no women.
No.
Just go through life my own sweet way, easy and comfort, and just paddle my own canoe down the river of life.
Paddle your own canoe?
Yeah. Granny, that sounds sort of poetic the way I said it.
Well, when did you get a canoe, Lum?
Now, wait a minute, Abner. Let's not get into that. I don't mean I actually got a canoe.
Oh, what is it, a rowboat?
Oh, for goodness sake.
Well, who you fixing to take for a boat ride, Miss Frederick? Oh, I thought you said you never had nothing to do with women.
Well, I don't. That's what I meant when I said I paddle my own canoe.
Well, if you're going to do the paddling yourself, Lum, it must be a woman you're taking along in. Because if it's me, why, you'd make me do the rowing. You always do, and you know it.
Well, you don't have to worry about who's going to do the rowing this time, because I ain't taking Miss Fredericks or no other woman for a boat ride.
You ain't?
Of course not.
Well, who are you taking then?
I ain't taking nobody.
Not nobody at all?
No, not a soul.
Well, I dog it. I'll tell you what I'll do then, Lum. I'll go with you.
Now, wait a minute.
Yes, I will. I'll do it. I'll be proud to do it, Lum. Now, there ain't no sense in you rowing around that mill pond all by yourself. That ain't no fun, and you know it.
Well, I never said it was fun.
Why, of course it ain't. You wanted me to go all the time, didn't you? I know it. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take some fishing tackle along, do some fishing, too.
Abner, sometimes I don't see how you do it.
Oh, well, it ain't hard to do. See, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll run across the street there to Dick Huddleston's and borrow his fishing tackle. And then we can close up the store sort of early tonight, get an early start, and get out there about the shank of the evening when they're biting a bit. And, wait a minute, I better make a phone call here first.
Phone call?
Yeah, I'll phone right now.
Well, just a minute here. Who are you calling?
recollect that time that Cedric and Mr. Barton went fishing about a week ago, Lum. They said the fish was biting something wonderful out there. Hello? Is that you, Pearl? Well, listen, honey. Tell your mama that I won't be home for supper tonight. No. Lum's got a new boat and we're going fishing in it.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, no, she needn't to wait supper. More likely won't get home till late, tell her. All right, honey. Goodbye.
For goodness sakes. What'd you go and do a thing like that for, Abner?
Look
at all the trouble you got yourself into for not going home for supper the other night.
Oh, well, maybe this will make Elizabeth sorrowful for treating me the way she's been doing. This might just learn her a lesson not to go around not speaking to me, you know it?
Well, it won't work out that way, Abner, I can tell you that. Women ain't like that.
Ain't, huh?
You're just asking for more trouble, that's all you're doing. Now, you just better call Elizabeth up and explain the whole thing to her and Uh-oh. Hello, Mousie.
Hello, Lum. Abner. Yeah, howdy, Mousie.
Call her up, Abner, and tell her
I've
that
got some dandy new greeting cards written up there, Lum. Oh, they're just dandies.
Well, that's fine. Go on there, Abner. Call her up and
Yes,
tell her
sir, they're sure dandies. That's what they are. They're dandies.
Mousie, quit interrupting me. Can't you see I'm talking to Abner?
Yes, sir. Well, here, I better get on over to Dick's and get that fishing tackle before it's too late. I'll be back quick as I can.
Now, wait a minute, Abner. Come back here.
I won't be gone long. Here, you better start packing up a lunch.
Abner, come back here. One too good.
Are you and Abner going fishing, Lum?
Abner thinks we are, but we ain't. That feller's got an imagination that outcaps anything I ever seen in my whole life.
Yes, sir.
I'm afraid it's going to get him in a lot of trouble with his woman this time.
Oh, is he having trouble with his wife?
Yeah, Elizabeth won't hardly speak to him, he says.
Well, you know, sometimes Gussie gets that way. She won't speak to me for a whole day at a time.
She won't?
No, sir.
Well, what do you do to try to get her over it?
Why, nothing. You see, those are the days that I enjoy most, Lum.
Enjoy?
Yes, sir. That's the only time that I can get any work done. You know, Gussie's a wonderful woman and all, Lum, but sometimes... Oh, no, I better not tell you, I guess.
Better not tell what?
Well, sometimes when she's been talking all day long, I just get to where I feel like saying, oh, Gussie, shut your big fat mouth.
Why, Mousie Gray, you oughtn't to say a thing like that.
Well, I don't say it out loud, Lum, but I must confess I do think it sometimes.
Well, I reckon you ought to even think it, Mousie. Of course, I can sort of understand how you feel.
Now, why do women talk all the time, Lum?
I don't know, Mousie. I reckon I'm the only fellow around here that comes anywhere near to understand them, and I gotta admit, sometimes they even baffle me a little, I think.
Well, how come that you understand them so well, Lum?
Oh, I reckon it's on account I'm a bachelor, and I can just sit back and observe married folks and sort of analyze situations. See, I'm a sort of the philosopher type, I believe.
Oh, gee, that must be wonderful.
Oh, it ain't so great. Leastways, I don't think so myself. Others might think it is, of course.
Yes, sir.
Now, you take this trouble Abner's having. There ain't actually nothing to it. All he's got to do is call up Elizabeth and tell her he's sorry and that he ain't actually going on no fishing trip and everything will be all patched up.
Well, why doesn't he do that, then?
Well, he's too stubborn, that's why. Wait a minute, maybe I ought to do it for him.
Well, that seems like the friendly thing to do.
Yeah, it does, don't it?
Yes, sir.
I never thought about that. I'll never in the world be able to talk Abner into doing it himself. So the next best thing is for me to do it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I better do it before he gets back, too.
Yes.
Now, this is the time that friendship counts. Friend in need is a friend indeed. I've always said that.
Yes, sir.
All you need in these things is a little common bay horse. Hello? Is that you, Elizabeth? Oh, Sister Simpson, what you doing over there, visiting? Well, could I speak to Elizabeth? In the kitchen, huh? No, never mind. Don't call her. Just give her this message. Abner told her a while ago he's going fishing tonight, but he ain't actually going fishing. No, Mom. Yes, Mom, you tell her that. All right, goodbye.
Well, that was easy, Lum.
Well, sure, nothing to it. Just have to use your head, that's all. It's funny how just some little thing can straighten out some trouble that way, but how few folks ever bother to do just that one little thing.
Yes, sir.
I bound you that'll make Elizabeth so happy, she'll more likely call Abner right up and tell him she's sorrowful for not speaking to him today.
Oh.
Everything will be fine and dandy.
Yes, sir. It sure is a wonderful world, isn't it,
I
Ma?
recollect one time Aunt Charity and Grandpappy Spears had a little squabble between them.
Look there. Look at all the fishing tackle that Dick loaned me. Hey, look at these here poles here. Did you ever see anything as pretty before in your whole life?
You have to admit that.
Oh, they're dandy.
Might just as well turn right
Hey,
around.
you got the lunch packed up yet?
No.
Well, you better get at it then. Let's see now. We ought to have some crackers and some cheese and
Wait a
pickles.
minute, Abner. There's a couple of things I got to explain to you.
Yeah, well, you can clean them when we're out in the boat lawn. We got to get started. What kind of pickles you like best? Dill or sweet?
Ain't that our ring, Abner?
Yeah, I believe it
Well,
was.
you better get it.
Yeah, I'll get it. You get to work on that lunch. Hurry up now, Lum. Hurry up now. Hello, jotting down store and library. Abner Peabody doing the talking. Oh, hello, Elizabeth.
Can't see what I took him out here.
Huh?
You told him already.
Not going fishing? Why, of course I'm going fishing. Who'd you hear that from? Well, now, what does Sister Simpson know about it? No, honest, I'm going fishing. Elizabeth, I ain't trying to cover up for something else I'm doing.
Oh, I don't know if that's going to work out very well.
But I am going fishing. Now, don't believe that old gossip. I ain't no such a thing, Elizabeth. I'm going fishing. Now, Elizabeth, honey, don't start crying. Elizabeth? Hello? 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 Said, blame that Sister Simpson. Now, I reckon where she could have got a hold of such a idea like that. Well, Abner, just a little bit ago...
Hush up, Mousy. Well, hurry up, Abner. If we're going fishing, we better get going. And we better bring back a lot of fish, too, I can tell you.
See what I mean? Rinso White, that's what I mean. Rinso gets clothes, Rinso White.
Say, Andy, where has you been for the last couple of days?
Oh, Amos, I tell you, the Kingfish and me has been up to our ears in work. We have just incorporated our new business.
Our new business?
That's right, son. Today is the grand opening of our employment agency. Oh, I'm telling you.
The makers of Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show with their guests for tonight, Jack Benny and Rochester. If you're ever in Montclair, New Jersey, and you hear a policeman's whistle that goes like this, it'll most likely belong to Officer William Howell. You've probably seen his picture in a Rinso ad. You see, Mrs. Howell whistles while she washes with Rinso, and Officer Howell has gotten used to hearing the Rinso whistle around the house. As he puts it...
Well, you'll have to ask a missus if you want all the dope. All I know about Rinso is that it sure gets my shirts white.
Sure, that's because Rinso gets out more dirt. Try it yourself, ladies. And now, here are Amos and Andy and their guests, Jack Benny and Rochester. The best way to avoid having to take a job is to make sure that someone else gets it. And evidently, Andrew H. Brown and George Kingfish Stevens subscribe to this theory, because they have recently opened an employment agency. As we find them now, they're talking over the prospects of their latest enterprise.
Well, then, there you is. The papers is all drawn up for a new corporation. Now, the only thing left is to find a name for a business. And I think I already got that. Stevens and Company Employment Agency.
Now, hold on a minute, Kingfish, hold on. What is that Stevens and Company? I thought we were supposed to be 50-50 partners in this.
Yeah, well, I tell you, Andy, since the employment agency business was your idea, I figure it's to make you the most important partner. That's why I make you, the company.
Company, huh? Did that make me the most important?
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, but wait a minute, though. If I is only called company, how is people going to know which company I is? Mm-hmm. For example, how will they know I ain't the company at the end of Sears Roebuck Ann?
Well, Andy, they can't miss. After all, ain't you a big white-collar executive who... Say, wait a minute. Ain't that Amos in his taxi cab driving up and just stopped in front there?
Yeah, that's Amos, all right. Yeah, and here he come with some fancy-dressed fella I never did see before.
Hello there, Amos. Hello.
Well, hiya there, fellas. Glad I found you, and I want to introduce you to a fella who just come to town, Brother Stevens and Brother Brown. Shake hands with Mr. Rochester.
Glad to know you, gentlemen. Glad to know you.
Fellas, I was just driving Mr. Rochester down to his boss's hotel, and I dropped by in here because he thinks maybe he'd like to join the lodge.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wants to join the lodge, huh? Yeah, well, Mr. Rochester, this is just the right time for joining, because the initiation fees has just been reduced for one day only to $3. You has got $3, Virginia.
Well, to tell the truth, what I got happens to be just a little short of $3.
How short?
$3.
Well, you see, fellas, Rochester tells me the man he's working for is a little stingy.
Oh, little stingy? Why, my boss is the only man I know who laundries his pipe cleaners.
If you ain't happy with your boss, you were certainly looking at the right men to get you a better paying job. What kind of work do you do?
I'm called a valet. I do the laundry, the cleaning, the cooking. I mow the lawn, wash the dishes, drive the car, shine the shoes, press the clothes, and other various miscellaneous sundries.
You do all that and they still call you a valet?
Yeah, any resemblance between my title and the work I got to do is purely coincidental and backbreaking. And all that work for $10 a week, if he picks up my next option.
Well, now, tell you what, you fill out this application blank here. Now, suppose we could get you a job with less work and more pay. Would you be interested?
There's no question about that, Brother Stevens. I'm so tired of having a job where the pay rattles that if you can get me one where the pay rustles, I'm your man.
I tell you, Rochester, I just won't stand for it anymore. Showing up 5 hours late. Always going to Harlem to shoot dice wearing my clothes. By the time I get them back, I'm standing up straight, but my pants are kneeling. Is that the way to act? Well, answer me. Well, go on. Oh, you can't. No wonder you have no answer. But I've got one. I'm firing you. And don't think I wouldn't just because you've been with me 8 years. That doesn't mean a... All right. Those tears aren't going to help you. This time you've gone too far. You're fired, I tell you. Fired. Good thing Rochester isn't here. He might have quit. But wait a minute. Why do I put up with Rochester? Why don't I really fire him? I'll do it. I'm going out and find an employment agency right now.
Well, here we is, Rochester.
Thank you, Amos, for driving me all the way downtown to my boss's hotel.
I say, Rochester, the doorman's coming over here. He must be looking for you.
Yeah. You looking for me, doorman?
Yes, and your boss is looking for you. He's been looking for you for the last 5 hours.
Uh-oh. Where's my boss now?
I just saw him in the lobby.
Oh, that's all right, then. I'll go in through the side door and pick up his suit I left to be pressed.
Say, Rochester, I thought you said that you pressed all of your boss's suits yourself.
I do when he wears them, but when I wear them, I want them done right. Well, goodbye, Amos. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, so long, Rochester.
Hey, buddy, you don't have to pull out. You can pick up a fare right here at the hotel taxi stand.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Doman. Thanks very much. Thank you, sir.
Oh, taxi. Taxi
right here, sir. Where to, sir?
Say, do you happen to know of a good employment agency up in Harlem?
Yeah, sir. A couple of friends of mine runs one.
Hey, that's great. How much will you charge to drive me just a few little blocks like that?
It ain't exactly a few little blocks from 48th Street up to 135th Street, mister. But the charges is just what it say on the meter there.
Oh, well, all right. But isn't it the same price for one passenger as it is for a cab full?
Oh, yes, sir, yes, sir. 1 of 5 make no difference in the rate, no, sir.
Well, in that case, listen, driver.
Yeah.
Or the best you can, yeah.
Yeah, sir. Anybody need a cab going to Harlem? Anybody going to 110th Street? This cab goes right by 96th Street, 72nd Street.
59th Street? Too bad it isn't raining.
Tells you, Henry, this employment agency is going to be the best venture we done ever ventured into.
Yeah, we ought to do big things with this new client, Rochester.
Oh, yeah, there's no question about that. Say, wait a minute. Look like somebody coming in here, Henry.
Excuse me, is this Stevens and Company?
Yes, sir. Come right in. You was talking to Stevens.
And Company. Put our card in your pocket, mister.
Yes, I suppose you was in the market to engage some help.
Well, yes, I'm looking for a valet.
A valet? Why, if there's one thing this office has got, mister, it's a valet.
Yeah, that's the one thing, all right.
Well, that's very nice. How much does this man get?
Well, the man we has got in mind gets $12.50.
12 and a half? Isn't that a little over ceiling?
Of course, you understand that is the full valeting price. That even includes buttoning up your vest for you.
Well, you see, fellas, I'm very warm-blooded. I never wear a vest.
Yeah, I don't, huh?
Never wear a vest. Well, that cuts down the work, all right. Guess it ought to cut down the price, too, huh, Kingfish?
Oh, yeah, with only the coat and pants, we can cut the price to 12 flat.
Well, to tell the truth, boys, I'm more than just warm-blooded. In fact, I'm inclined to be just a teensy bit hot-blooded. So half the year, I don't even wear a coat.
Well, with only the pants stuff on, I guess we can settle for $11.50.
Yeah, there's one good thing, Kingfish. He can't get any more hot-blooded than the coat and vest.
I guess he got to stop there already.
Then it's settled. When can this man of yours start?
Yeah, well, we ain't exactly sure. But if you just write your name and phone number down on this application card here, why, we'll get in touch with you.
Yeah.
There you are. And I'll be expecting to hear from you.
Yes, sir, mister. Yes, sir. We was getting right on the ball.
Now, so long, boys. Don't let me down.
Oh, no, sir. Hey, Andy. Where's that court Rochester filled out? We has got to phone him and tell him that we got him a brand new job with a boss that's just the opposite of the chiseler that he been working for.
Well, I wonder what will happen when Andy and the Kingfish discover that they have sold Jack Benny his own valet, Rochester. We'll find out in a moment. But right now, since we've heard what Officer Howell, our friend from the Rinso ad, had to say on the subject of Rinso white shirts, I think we ought to hear the other half of the story, Mrs. Howell's version. She writes,
My husband can stop traffic with his whistle, but the wash I hang on my line stops traffic, too, because it's Rinso white. And it isn't only that Rinso gets my clothes so white, it's that it saves me so much time. With 3 children to look after and a house to take care of, using Rinso is like having a helper at every turn. And Rinso is so easy on my clothes. Those suds get my clothes clean as can be, but they're so easy on fabrics and safe for my washable colors. You bet I wouldn't use anything else.
Now, I guess you're not surprised that Mrs. Howell's favorite song goes like this.
Rinso white, happy little wash day song. Rinso white, birdies sing it all day long. Your clothes are so white and color so bright, you sing as you work along. Rinso white, happy little wash day song.
And now back to Amos and Andy and their guests, Jack Benny and Rochester. Well, Andy and the Kingfish have certainly messed things up through their new employment agency. They've gotten Rochester to resign his job as Jack Benny's valet to take a brand new job as Jack Benny's valet. Of course, the boys don't realize the situation they've created, and we find them now elated over their great success.
Oh, I'm telling you, Andy, this employment agency is great. The very first day we open, we get a high-priced valet a brand new job.
Yeah, at the rate we're going to need another filing cabinet for all the names of our new clients.
Yeah. Say, by the way, son, don't you think we ought to see if the filing system that we got is functioning?
Functioning? How are we going to do that, Kingfish?
Yeah, well, you is in charge of the employees.
Yeah.
And I takes care of the employers.
That's right.
So you take that employee's card that Rochester filled out, and I'll take that card we got from the man who's given him the job.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see how the information fits together.
Oh, yeah. Well, say here that he worked for Mr. Benny.
Then I looks at the card I got and finds out the name of the man he is going to work for from now on.
Well, what do it say on that card, Kingfish?
It say that, look like we must have got these cards mixed up here. Must have got the employee card in the employer file there. Here, let's switch cards.
Okay.
You give me your card, and you take the one I got.
Yeah, that ought to fix it. Now, what do I look for?
Well, now, let's get a brand new attack on this whole problem here. Now, this time, you tells me the name of Rochester's new boss. You tell me that.
Yeah, well, from what it say on this card, Rochester's new boss is a man by the name of Benny. On the card you got, Kingfish, who is the last man that he worked for?
According to this card, the name of the man is, let's switch cards again.
What's the matter now? What's the matter?
Well, I ain't sure, but it must be the duplicate filing system we got here. Now, there's only one thing to do. Now, let's turn the cards down on the desk here. Turn them down face down.
Okay.
Now, clear your mind a minute now. Yeah. And let's start over.
Okay, I was ready here, Kingfish. But somehow I got a feeling about this.
So was I. A sneaking feeling. Benny ain't just no ordinary name, neither, you know.
No, I knows I done seen it somewhere before.
In two places, that's the trouble. Oh, well, there ain't no use postponing this, Andy. Now, look here. Just turn up one little piece of the corner of the card and look again. Now, take it easy and sneak up on it.
I sneaking. Kingfish.
Yeah.
I see it again.
Brother Abner, I was kind of hasty to admit this, but I was afraid that without realizing it, we has just committed industrial bigamy.
Yeah, and since they made that a legal offense, we better get right over and see our lawyer, Gabby Gibson.
And now that we done told you the facts, Gabby, what we wants to know is we really in trouble or is we just in trouble?
Boy, you're in a mess. You're really in a mess. What you done is manslaughter. Yes, indeed, it's manslaughter.
Manslaughter? Oh, me. How you figure that, Gabby?
Well, you messed up the job of this man. When he find out, he's going to slaughter you. That's manslaughter if I ever had it.
Look, Gabby, you as attorney at law, now, can't you kind of peek around the corners of the law and see if you can't discover a couple of loopholes?
No, sir, don't think I can. Really don't think I can. No, sir.
Not even a little one that I could crawl through alone?
Now, wait a minute. Never mind the Kingfish. Find a size 42 loophole so I can squeeze through, too.
There's only one way out of this, You got to convince Mr. Bennett this man he hired is essential and is frozen in his old job and therefore is not available.
Now, wait a minute there now. What does this essential mean?
What's this Rochester do? What's his job?
He's a valet.
A valet, huh? Sorry, boy, sorry. Valet ain't essential. It ain't essential, though, indeed.
Now, hold on there, Gabby. Do you know what a valet do?
Of course I do. Valet dresses people, put your clothes on.
Yeah, and that ain't essential?
Yeah, you just try going out in the street without your clothes on, you'll find out.
Well, boys, I see what you mean. I really see what you mean. But I doubt if the law covers that. I doubt it covers that.
Yeah, well, exactly what do the law cover? Because if you can tell us about it, I got an idea that we can use it to sort of convince Mr. Benny.
Now, I understand what you say, boys, but how is it the man was available this morning and he's frozen this afternoon? Answer me that.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Benny, well, you know about Congress, don't you?
Congress?
Yeah, you know, they is down in Washington.
Oh. Then they haven't moved.
Moved? Kingfish, was they supposed to move?
Oh, no. They was lucky enough to get a lease renewed on the old place, yeah.
Now, listen, boys, this is all very interesting, but what has Congress got to do with my new valet not being available?
Well, Miss Benny, you know Congress. A couple of years ago, they made up a board down there to take care of jobs. It's called the NAOB.
Oh, the NAOB?
No.
I don't think I've ever heard of that particular board.
Oh, yeah, no, well, don't make no difference, because just this morning, the NAOB decided to smack the public with a new ruling.
Yeah, that's right. We got it right here. We done copied it out of the book.
That's pretty fast. The ruling is made in Washington this morning, and you copied out of a book here in New York this afternoon. How come?
Priorities.
And is there any way I can arrange to read this ruling?
Oh, yes, sir. Here you is, Miss Benny. Got it copied here, identical, verbatim, word for word, and besides that, we didn't change a thing. Yeah.
Let me see here. A guaranteed copy of ruling number 0001. Quote, whereas and wherewithal, we is sitting on this bureau, with not much to do, we is unanimously decided to inaugurate a new ruling on valeting.
Now comes the ruling part.
Naturally. Paragiraph 1. This law, we is resolving, is meant for all employers looking to employ, hire, or engage valets, especially and to wit, employers whose last name just happen to begin with the letter B. Small world.
Well, that's only because they does everything in Washington alphabetical, Mr. B.
Well, I'm glad it's at least impersonal, not just aimed at me.
Oh, sure. Well, go ahead. Finish reading the thing.
Yes, I'd love to. Last and final paragiraph. Any person who thinks this law is unconstitutional and wants to check up with the government, this person, hereafter referred to as the stool pigeon, has got to ask permission through this bureau, and the answer is no.
Yeah, them boys down there sure know how to plug up the loopholes already.
Yeah, I'm glad there's not much more here. Witness my hand and seal, signed... Hey, wait a minute. Whose signature is that at the bottom of this legal booby trap?
Oh, him. Why, he is the most important man in Washington. He signed all them big things. John Hancock.
Look, boys, forgetting everything else, what this boils down to is you can't produce the ballot you promised me, and I've already fired my old one. Now, what are you going to do about it?
Oh, don't worry about that. That's part of our business. If you just tell us the name of this man that used to work for you, why, we goes out and does our best to get him back for you.
Well, all right, but if you don't have him working for me by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, you two are going to be in plenty of trouble, or my name isn't Jack B.
Go on, Kingfish. Read Rochester's last part of the ruling. That's the most important part.
Elucidate, gentlemen, elucidate.
Yeah. Well, this is what it say here, Miss Rochester, quote, and this law is meant for all valets, especially and to wit all valets whose name just happen to begin with the letter R.
Yeah, so you see, Rochester, according to this new law, we just can't put you in the new job. But we is willing to humiliate ourselves in front of your old boss and get your job back for you.
You mean to say I gotta go back to work for Mr. Benny?
Well, I guess you do.
Well, Poverty, move over. Your woman boy is home again.
Yeah, now, just put our card in your pocket here, Rochester, and as soon as this ruling thing blow over, we can get you a job that pays folding money.
It can't be too soon for me. I've been dreaming of a green Christmas.
Rochester. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss. I'm faced with a financial uncertain Christmas. A Christmas like I've always
Rochester, will you please stop that squawking? Do all those things I told you to. Because if you don't, as soon as a certain ruling is changed, I've got a card in my wallet of an employment agency that can get me a high-class ballot. Just like that.
And I'm just waiting for another ruling to take a card of an employment agency out of my pocket that will trump your card.
Brother Andy, don't sit there like you was dying.
Oh, Kingfish, we done certainly messed up this employment agency business.
Yeah, now, wait a minute there. No use getting downhearted so soon. Don't give up, Andy. Andy, you was a big executive with a white-collar job.
Yeah, you're right. I is a big executive. And I'm going to keep that in my mind all the time, too. Big executives like me never give up.
See there, Andy? Maybe that's another client. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Come in. Well, Shorty the barber.
Hi, Kingfish. Hello, Andy.
Well, Shorty, hello. How's business at the barber shop?
Oh, it ain't so good. I've been losing money. I might go into bankruptcy. I just about busted, bro. I can't complain.
Yeah, well, that's fine, Shorty. Long as business is so good with you, maybe us executives can hire you some extra help.
Yeah, well, that's what I come in for. You see, I need a shoe shine boy.
Oh, yeah, well, here, I'll get an application blank right here. Now, Shorty, how much do you pay the shoe shine boy?
Oh, it's the best paying job in the world. He can save a lot of. He'll get rich quick. Well, he can make more than not enough to live on.
No, yeah, I see.
Yeah, but on top of the $10 I pay, the shoe shine boy, he might make another $10 in tips.
$10 in tips, huh?
Mm.
Shorty, I is glad that you come to big white-collar executives like us. We has got just demand for you.
We is?
Yeah. So long, Kingfish. I'm taking that job myself.
Amos and Andy will be back in just a moment. Meanwhile, let me say that I'd be the last guy in the world to exaggerate. For instance, I wouldn't dream of telling you that when you use Rinso on your dishpan, your dishes march off the supper table, wash themselves, rinse themselves, and stack themselves neatly in the cupboard. But Soapy Rich Rinso will make dishwashing a lot easier than it is with bar soaps. You don't waste time trying to get suds. No, sir. Those Rich Rinso suds soap grease and crusted food particles loose in a jiffy. A swish of your dish mop, and everything is shiny bright and clean as a whistle. And Rinso's easy on your hands. Doesn't get them rough and red. So tomorrow, get Rinso for dishes, for all the soap and water jobs around the house, and for a Monday wash that's Rinso White. And now, let's hear what Amos and Andy are talking about.
In other words, Andy, Rochester's going back to work for Mr. Benny, huh?
Yeah, too bad, too. I sure feel sorry for him.
Yeah, that must be a tough job, all right, working for Mr. Benny.
Rochester claims it's the only private home in America that's got a swing shift.
Be sure to be with us again next Friday evening at this same time when the makers of Rinso will again present the Amos and Andy Show. Our thanks to Jack Benny and Rochester for being with us tonight. They have appeared through the courtesy of the American Tobacco Company, makers of Lucky Strike cigarettes. This is Harlow Wilcox saying good night to you for all of us.
Why is Lifebuoy America's favorite bath soap? I'll tell you 2 big reasons. Lifebuoy in your daily bath gives all-over protection from BO. Yes, from head to toe, it stops BO. And Lifebuoy gives protection that lasts and lasts. So play safe. Make sure Lifebuoy's in your soap dish. It's the only soap especially made to stop
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam.
George and Gracie. Spam, whoa boy. Spam, what joy. George Burns, Gracie Allen, on the show when his orchestra, for singing glee, we're the Smoothies 3. Last but not least, with Bud Heaston.
Well, it's Monday night, the 13th. But there's really nothing unlucky about it because Burns and Allen bring you plenty of fun to your house. Say, ladies, if you want to have good luck with tomorrow night's dinner, serve baked Spam. There's a delicious main course, easy to fix. Spam is tender, taste-tempting meat that comes in a can. All you have to do is open the can, take out the Spam, score, and stud with cloves, and place in a shallow baking dish. Put it in the oven and baste with a little pineapple juice or a delicious sauce, which is described for you on the Spam can label. In just a few minutes, you'll set before your family a piping hot surprise full of downright goodness and flavor. Extra goodness, ladies, because Spam is a perfect combination of sweet, juicy pork shoulder meat and tender ham. Have a Spam bake tomorrow. Just remember to say to your food dealer, I want Spam. And here they are, like Spam, cold or hot, they hit the spot, George and Gracie.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Gracie, say hello.
Oh, hello.
Well, Gracie, if you happen to read my name on the society page one of these days, don't be surprised.
Well, what'd you say, George?
I say, if you happen to read my name on the society page one of these days, don't be surprised.
Oh, no, I won't be. Well, there's no reason why you shouldn't
right
be.
Right there
inside.
all the time, but
no,
you
I didn't think, George.
You know, it's very hard to see when you're looking up.
Yeah.
You have to look down.
You know, George, only yesterday I was saying to my sister Bessie, what has Cornelius Vanderbilt got that George hasn't got? He's got position, he's got friends, he's got money, he's got culture.
Me?
No, Cornelius Vanderbilt.
Oh.
But my sister Bessie says I still think he's a lowbrow.
Cornelius Vanderbilt?
No, you.
So your sister Bessie doesn't think I can get into society?
Oh, well, don't worry about it, George. Everybody I told this conversation to said she's crazy.
Your sister Bessie?
No, me.
Well, anyway, Gracie, the reason I said that you would see my name on the society page was because last night I went out
you
with
did. Well, last night I went to the Palladium Ballroom where Artie Shaw is working.
Yes.
And as I came in, the band was playing Jeannie with the light gray hair. So I checked my
Just a
coat.
minute.
And
Jeannie with the light gray hair?
yes, so I checked my coat.
Gracie,
and then when
it's Jeannie with the light brown hair.
yeah, I know, but she turned gray from overwork. So, let's see, where was it?
Maybe from playing around too much.
Yeah. Oh, yes. So I checked my coat, and when I got to the dance floor, the head waiter said, "Follow me, miss," and I did. And he was a beautiful dancer. Anyway, after...
The head waiter?
No, Cornelius Vanderbilt.
Look,
So...
Gracie, I started out to tell you, last night I was with a very famous society girl.
Oh, yeah. And is she mad at Artie Shaw?
The society girl?
No, the bubble dancer who works at the Palladium.
There's a bubble dancer at the Palladium?
Yeah, and every time Artie plays her number, he fills his clarinet with buckshot.
With buckshot?
Yeah, and that way he plays fantasy and pops the bubbles at the same time.
Pops the bubbles at the same time?
Yeah.
Oh boy, I wish I were there last night.
Boy, Bud, I'm surprised at you.
I can't help it, George. I'm just crazy about fantasy.
This Bud is really a musical genius.
He is. Say, did you know that Bud plays all the popular songs with one hand?
Well, what does he do with the other hand?
Drops in the nickels.
Anyway, last night I was out with this society girl.
Oh, who cares?
As I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, and if it happens again, a certain guy is going to get fired. Last night I was out with...
Look, it might interest you to know that there's a certain clarinet player that you can't bully because he doesn't have to take that kind of talk.
Who? You?
No, Benny Goodman.
Very funny, Artie. A big scream.
Artie, that's a fine thing to say to George after the hundreds of nice things he's done for you.
Hundreds of nice things. What's he ever done?
Yeah, George, name one.
Name one? How about the time...
Yeah, Artie, how about that time?
What time?
Yeah, George, what time?
When I first found him. What was it?
Yeah, Artie, what are you going to say to that?
Nothing.
Well, that may be true. But, George, you've got a lot of nerve saying Artie was nothing.
I said Artie was nothing?
Oh, please, George, once is enough.
Wait a minute. Who does George think he is?
Yeah, George, who do you think you are?
This is stupid.
Please, Artie, you can't say George is stupid.
What?
Well, he is stupid.
You're nothing.
Yeah, you're nothing.
You're nothing.
Oh,
yeah,
please,
you're
please,
nothing.
Boy,
Please. What's the argument about?
Well, he said I was nothing.
He said I was nothing.
Oh, aren't you two boys ashamed of yourselves arguing over nothing? Come on, boys. Shake hands and make up.
Well, against my will. All right, Ollie. I guess it was my fault.
Yeah, well, it's against my will, too. And it was my fault, I guess. After all, you have done a lot of nice things. You have done a lot of nice things for me. Anyway.
Name one.
Yeah, name one. Oh, quiet! This is going too far. You people are just jealous because I'm stepping into society.
Yes, George, I think it's great. Wonderful, marvelous, delightful.
Society?
No, spam.
Look, will you stop? This girl is coming up here tonight, and I'm trying to tell you
Pero
that
¿de
it's
qué se
very
trata de la
important
¿Por qué no
that-
me dijeron de la sociedad? Yo sé mucho de esas cosas, hombre.
Well,
Ya, nada más.
now it's the guitar player. Senor Lee, why are you butting in?
Senor Burns, this society girl, this debutante.
Debutante?
See, is she pretty like that movie star Catherine Hartburn?
Heartburn? It's Hepburn.
Hartburn.
Hepburn. Do you know the Philadelphia story?
Is it clean?
What an ignoramus. I'll bet he can't even spell his own name.
I can't so spell my own name.
Well, let me hear you do it.
What? From memory?
Gracie, I don't think that was so funny.
Well, neither do I.
Well, what are you laughing at?
Well, my brother Willie's letter. He's the one who's been drafted, you know.
Oh, yes, he just joined the army, Willie.
Yeah, well, here's the letter. Dear Mother, Dad, Gracie, and Mr. Faversham.
Who is Mr. Faversham?
Well, that's the mailman. He always reads the letters first.
Well, that stands to reason.
Thanks very much for the birthday turkey you sent me. My tent mates and I lit the 21 candles, and we really had a wonderful time. Yesterday I was on
21 candles on the turkey?
Yeah. Yesterday I was on the...
Your brother is 21 years old?
No, the turkey.
Oh, the turkey.
Yesterday I was on the target
So he
range.
put 21 lit candles on the turkey?
No, under the turkey.
Lighted the candles under the turkey?
Yeah. Well, how else could he cook it?
Well, I never thought of that. I see what you mean.
Yesterday I was on the target range with a group... George, what letter is this? An A or a V?
Looks more like an R.
No, it couldn't be R. His eyes look like G's.
What about his eyes?
They're very weak. That's why his eyes look like
I
G's.
see. Oh, well. No.
His O's look like M's.
His O's look quiet. He was on the target range,
Oh, yeah.
remember?
Yesterday I was on the target range with a group of rookies, and I shot for 3 hours. I would have shot longer, but I ran out of rookies.
Your brother ought to get a medal for a thing like that.
Oh, he did, but not just for that.
Hmm.
He's also the only tank in the regiment who doesn't need armor.
That's a nice kid. He probably parts his hair with a corkscrew.
Well, so does my brother.
I was going to say corkscrew.
Yeah.
I should have said it.
Yeah.
Got a big laugh?
Well, say it.
Thanks. Just so you don't have to write for me.
No.
I just make a mistake, and what a wow.
Well, anyway, more letter.
Yes.
Thanks for the picture of Daddy you sent me to wear next to my heart. I had a little difficulty at first, but now I slip the picture inside of my woolen underwear and then climb in with it.
He climbs in with it?
Yes. It's a full-length picture.
I see what you mean, yes.
Even so, I had to cut the feet off the picture, as Daddy is 5 inches taller than I am, and I look silly being that far off the ground. Signed, Willie.
That's the finish of the letter.
Yes.
Good.
P.S. I've got 3 marvelous tent mates, but one thing seems to be lacking. We haven't got a tent.
Well, I've heard everything. Well, that's plenty great.
Now the Smoothies, Babs, Charlie, and Little will sing There'll Be Some Changes Made, and I wouldn't be a bit surprised if Senor Lee would chime in.
For there's a change in the weather, there's a change in the sea. From now on there'll be a change in me. My walk will be different by talking my name. Nothing about me, honey, is gonna be the same. I'm gonna change my way of living, honey, if that ain't enough. Then I'll change the way I strut my stuff, 'cause nobody wants you when you're old and gray. There'll be some changes made today. Honey, there'll be some changes made today.
For there's a change en el clima, there's a change en el mar. También cambiamos nuestro modo de amar. Y si tú lo quieres, me cambio también. Buenas noches, cucaracha. What you doing? Yo lo que yo te digo, no te quiero mentir. Voy a cambiar mi modo de vivir. Entonces es cuando tú me vas a amar. Y yo lo sé muy bien, my darling sweetheart, porque me voy a cambiar.
For there's a change in the fashion, and there's a change in the shoes. There's a new way people get the blues. I must make changes from old to new. I must do things the way the others do. I'm gonna change by tomorrow. I'll make my changes today. 'Cause I must have lots of loving. Ooh, I gotta have it or I'll fade away. Just hold your horses, lover boy is on his way. There'll be some changes made. Oh, there's a change in the weather, there's a change in the sea. From now on, there'll be a change in me. My walk will be different, my talk and my name. There'll be some changes made today.
Oh, dame mi sombrero ya y tócame el rancho grande.
Well, Smoothies and Senor Lee, that number was Tress Chick. That's French for in the groove. But none of you people would know that because you don't mingle with society, you see.
All right, poor man's Charlie Knickerbocker. Who are we out with? Doris Duke or Barbara Hutton?
Happens to be Cubina Wright, Jr.
Cubina Wright, Jr.?
That's right.
Well, pull my tooth and call me Duchess.
Well, wise guy, she's coming up here tonight, and I'm taking her out right after the broadcast.
Say, George, if you want to make an impression, rent a butler and have the butler
Gracie,
come in and...
hire a butler. Rent a butler, did you say?
Yeah.
Gracie, hire.
George, if you want to make an impression, rent a butler and have him come
Gracie,
in.
hire.
George, if you want to make an impression, rent a butler. I'm sorry, that's as high as I can go.
No. Look, Gracie. You misunderstand me, and I'll pretty near kill the whole thing altogether. Look, Gracie, people rent furniture, they rent cars, and they rent apartments, but they hire butlers.
Well, that's Hollywood. They haven't got a dime bus. They've all got butlers.
Gracie, this whole thing was your idea.
Yeah, but I bet if I thought of it, you'd say it was silly.
All right, when Cubina Wright gets here, I'll rent the butler.
Hire.
Quiet.
Anyway, to impress her, have the butler announce your name in Russian.
In Russian?
Yeah, you'll be a much bigger name that way.
Well, I've had enough.
I've had enough? Oh, that's pretty. But personally, I like Rachmaninoff.
Look, Gracie, when she gets here, will you try and conceal your absurdity?
No, is that thing showing again?
Yeah, it's a little bit on the bias. It's showing just a little bit.
Senor Burns, if you want to make an impression on her, why don't you buy a racehorse like Saw Biscuit?
Saw biscuit?
Si.
You mean sea biscuit?
Saw.
Sea.
Saw.
Sea.
Saw.
Sea.
Let me off. I'm getting dizzy.
Senor Lee, this goes for you, Gracie, and everybody else here. Tonight, I don't want any wisecracks.
Oh, leave it to me, George. Now, listen. As soon as she comes in, I'll say, ladies and gentlemen, have you tried Spam?
Spam? Spam?
Yeah. Now, watch your language.
It's spam.
Well, I say, watch your language.
That's when the line comes in.
Yeah, okay. Now, it's, watch this now. It's unadulterated porcine clavicle with ham meat added. How do you like that?
Oh, well, that's fine. That's very
now,
good, Jester.
Frigid or torrid, it strikes a responsive chord. Good and ritzy, huh?
That'll help a whole lot. But society people don't talk that way. They have charm. They have culture. They're natural. Why, they hardly open their mouths when they speak. As a matter of fact, Bud, a big mouth shows lack of breeding. Isn't that right, Gracie?
Oh, don't ask me. I wouldn't know.
Anyway, Cubina Wright ought to be here any minute, and you'll really love her. She's a swell girl. But what I'm nervous about is right after the program, I've got to meet her uncle, and, gee, I hope I make a good impression.
Mr. Burns.
Yes, what is it, 4 years at Harvard?
If you'll allow a sound man, perhaps I can be of service.
Well, let's hear it.
Having majored in psychology at Harvard, I feel qualified to advise you on the art of making friends.
Well, thanks.
It's all a matter of striking a note of common interest.
I think you've got something.
For instance, if her uncle happens to be a philatelist, talk about stamps.
Yes.
If he happens to be an Epicurean, discuss foods.
Mm-hmm.
If he happens to be a fraternity brother, give him the fraternal handshake. It might even make it easier if you knew what college he went to.
Well, he's a Yale man.
Give him a hot foot.
Well, thanks for your help, Soundman. When Cubina gets here, I wish I could think of a novel way to impress her, but I can't.
I can.
Of course, I could have the boys give her a fanfare.
Well, of course, if my uncle were here, he and I could do something together, but he isn't here, so I guess I'll have to do something by myself
She
again.
comes in, we can roll out
my
a
uncle.
carpet.
You know, he's the one who sees with his thumb.
No,
my uncle.
That wouldn't
You know
do.
that, George? My
What
uncle sees with his thumb.
It would be a
lot of
good
people
idea,
don't believe
though,
that. He sees
to have
with
her,
his thumb,
when
but
she
he
comes
does.
in, I'll just
Even my
walk
uncle
up to her
wouldn't
and
believe it.
say,
If he
hello,
hadn't
Cubina.
seen it with his own thumb.
How was things?
You see, my thumb,
Nice day
my
today.
uncle, with his thumb, he sees his thumb, my uncle.
Sees.
With
his thumb.
Yeah, my uncle.
Your uncle?
Yeah.
Your uncle sees with his thumb?
Yeah, he sees if the soup is hot.
He sees if the soup is hot.
Now, Artie Shaw, his clarinet and orchestra, put some original touches to the old spiritual, Nobody Knows the Trouble I've Seen.
Say, Bud, do you think I'd better call Emily Post? I've got about 1,000 questions to ask her.
Oh, no, you don't have to ask Emily Post. Ask any woman, George. If you ask women the right way, you can get the right answer without any trouble.
You can, Bud?
Oh, that's right. I'll show you how. Now, watch. Watch, George, now. Ladies, here in the audience, do you want to know how to give your family a swell taste surprise?
Say, Bud, I think you got something.
Hey, George. Now, look, we'll go on for some more here now. And do you want to serve something that's easy to fix? All right. Now, it's all done with Spam, S-P-A-M. There's no mystery about it. Spam has become the most popular new meat item brought out in a generation. Originated by Hormel, Spam is delicious meat packed in a handy can. It has dozens of uses and a flavor all its own because Spam is different, isn't it? Well, folks, Spam is sweet, juicy pork shoulder meat combined with tender, tasty ham. Nothing else but those two choice cuts. That's the reason Spam has extra flavor, extra downright lip-smacking goodness. That's why Spam, served cold, as it comes from the can, makes a perfect lunch. Why sizzling hot slices of Spam fried for breakfast make your mouth water for more, and why Spam baked for dinner in all its meaty flavor completely satisfies. But get the real thing, ladies. Insist on Spam. Try those easy recipes on the label. Ladies, get Spam when you shop tomorrow. Are we all agreed?
Slice it, dice it, fry it, bake it, cold or hot, Spam hits the spot.
Say, George, if Cubina doesn't show up, I know a beautiful society girl that'll go out with you.
You do?
Yeah, but first you better call up Gladstone 1131 and see if I'm there.
You're a society girl?
Well, sure. It takes 4 maids to help me with my milk shower.
Your milk shower?
Well, sure.
You take milk showers?
Every day.
What's the 4 maids for?
To hold the cow over the tub.
Look, Gracie, you don't have to worry.
Yes.
Yes. Who are you?
I'm left over from the commercial.
Well, everything happens to me. Everything. Oh, here she is now. Don't forget, everybody. On your toes. Come in. Well, it's Cubina Wright, Jr. Well, how are you, Cubina? I'm so glad to see you.
Fine, George, and I'm very glad to see you.
Well, look, George. She talks with her mouth open. You told me society girls only talk like this.
Quiet. Gracie, this is Cubina Wright.
Now, George, don't forget Junior.
No, I want to meet him, too.
And, Cubina, this is Artie Shaw, our musical director.
How do you do?
Miss Wright, this is a pleasure. The charm of your presence exceeds even the flattering reports that preceded you. Boy, am I corny.
You can say that again, brother.
Cubina, you'll have to forgive Mr. Shaw. You see, as the saying goes, he's a little bit off the cob.
Oh, look who's talking.
Oh, she's got a wonderful sense of humor.
Say, Cubina, I thought you lived in New York.
Well, I do. You see, my being here is purely an accident.
Well, so is mine. My mother expected a boy.
Gracie, careful.
You see, Gracie, I can't stay still. I've got wanderlust.
Oh, that must be awful. Is it anything like the measles?
No, Gracie. Wanderlust means moving from place to place.
Oh, that's the measles, all right. You know, my brother got them in Texas, and the next day they were south of the border.
Gracie, Cubina means she travels.
Oh, like my uncle. Well, for instance, he winters in Palm Beach and summers in Newport.
Oh, really? And where does he fall?
On his face. And how's your uncle?
Cubina, don't you think we ought to go? Yes. Bud, this is Cubina Wright, Jr.
Cubina Wright, Jr.? Well, gee, Miss Wright, I've seen your picture in all the papers and magazines.
Thanks, Bud.
Now, there's one thing I'd like to ask you.
Well, what's that, Bud?
Do you really wash your things in Lux?
Why, Bud!
Yes, Bud, and I eat Spam, and I love it.
Well, Cubina, I just don't know what to say.
Oh, don't apologize for anything, George. This is the most fun I've had in months. I'm so tired of going out with all these well-groomed, good-looking society men. who spend so much money on you, who have such good education and fine manners, and it's a pleasure to be with you.
Why, Cubina.
Oh, please, Cubina, you're turning George's head. And if you turn it any more, he'll have to stand behind his back to shave himself. You follow me, George?
Yes, I follow you.
Well, you better stop or I'll call the cops.
All right, I've stopped.
George, what I said may not have sounded right, but what I meant was, I like a man I can make something of, a man I can mold.
Well, then, George is your man because you'll find him very moldy, and
Never mind. Percy, I wish you'd be quiet. This girl means something to me. Well, come on, Cubina.
Hey, Senor Burns.
What is it, Senor Lee?
I would like to go out with that Carbona.
Carbona?
See, she's really from society. She's a member of the 300.
400.
3 1/4.
400.
350.
400.
I'll take her, but you drive a hard bargain.
Well, come on, Cubina, let's go.
Hey, wait a minute. Cubina, is this on the level? After going out with fellas like the Vanderbilts, how can you go out with George?
Now, listen here, Mr. Shaw. What has Cornelius Vanderbilt got that George hasn't got? He's got wit, he's got charm, he's good company. And what's more, I'm definitely going out with him tonight.
George?
No, Cornelius Vanderbilt. Good night.
Well, Artie, you fixed it. That was a lot of wise cracks.
Yeah, with all those wise cracks.
Yes, all those silly things.
Yeah.
And, Gracie, don't you start again and don't help me with all this talk.
Yeah, Artie, we've
I've
had enough
listened to you
of
for years.
Artie, you've got
Now,
a lot
let
of
me
nerve.
tell you
It's fellows
something.
like you that make fellows like
All
you.
right, quiet!
Join us next week, same time, same station, for another Burns and Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. This is Bud Heaston speaking for Hormel and Spam, reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? Even those who think they don't like chili do like chili con carne the way Hormel makes it because it's different and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.